Hello, everyone, and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about the new Ben Shapiro Rap Facts by Tom MacDonald. And we're going to be talking about how it actually exposes Islam way more than you think. There's a line in it that is pretty shocking and very cleverly done, but it actually goes much deeper than that. So we're going to go ahead and play that video, the original song with the music video, and then we're going to go ahead and react to it and break down each of the lyrics and show you how they expose Islam and its evils. So today we have with us myself, Elohim, my lovely husband, who I forgot to put his name on the screen, your brother in Christ.
I'm just empty.
But he's got it right here, at least, kind of, pretty small. And then we got with us the Dizzle, which his name always changes on here, so I think you guys know who he is, though. But without further ado, let's go ahead and watch this.
They call me offensive, controversial. It's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, alright. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't want to talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke, no hope, it's pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flag's at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a whack. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You go into prison, I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people, download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you. You mad, you mad, you mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim, well, I'ma be the man. You sad, you sad, you sad. You just try to get attention, being triggered's all you have. You mad, you mad, you mad. You blame everybody else for every problem that you can. You sad, you sad, you sad. I will never say I'm sorry, I ain't taking nothing back. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
So that is the song the whole way through. Definitely lots of interesting lines. We're going to break it down, but do you have any initial thoughts since you're saying you didn't hear the lyrics before this?
What was that?
Do you have any initial thoughts to this video?
I wasn't really I just looked up the lyrics because I have trouble when I hear a song, when I listen to a song for the first or second time, following what's actually being said. Not quite my style. But yeah, I'm looking at the lyrics now. What part were you focusing on?
I mean, so I'm actually
But
gonna go
I mean,
through all of them.
I think it's hilarious. Like Ben Shapiro rapping. Like I don't know if anyone was expecting that. Like I don't know if anyone at all ever was expecting that one.
It's funny because this actually dates back. There's been some history. So first, Tom MacDonald saw him on the street at some point and took a photo, posted it to his Facebook, and like everybody was super triggered because he said, you know, guess who I'm gonna have on my next album or something like that. Like that's not an exact quote, but essentially it was just a joke. But everybody got upset and he was like, dude, that doesn't mean I agree with every single thing he's ever done. I just saw him out in public and took a picture with him. But then Ben Shapiro hosted him on an interview, I think back in May of last year. And they were talking about how he's anti-woke. And Ben Shapiro made a joke like, oh man, I don't know. Like maybe I should get into rapping. He's like, well, if you ever do, you know, let me know. And then, they just announced right before it went public with the actual video that Ben Shapiro would be the special guest. And then, like, the reactions have been crazy from mainstream media, from other celebrities that are into music. It's been very interesting to see. So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, I didn't know who Tom MacDonald was, so I looked him up. Thomas MacDonald. It's the whitest name ever. Is a Canadian rapper, songwriter, Canadian rap. There are Canadian rappers. That's funny.
I didn't know that was an option.
He's a Canadian rapper, songwriter, and former professional wrestler. He first rose to prominence with the release of his 2017 debut single, Dear Rappers. His 2021 single, Fake Woke, marked his first appearance on the Billboard Hot 100. He is known for his extensive tattoos and conscious lyrical subject matter, which often employ an anti-establishment rhetoric and criticize herd behavior. And he's from Canada. That's weird. They're like, I thought they were the kings of herd behavior. Anyway, it is kind of funny when something starts off as a joke, but then they do it anyway. It's like, I haven't seen it, but there was a movie, Weird, the Al Yankovic story, something like that. But that started off like 10 years earlier as a joke. They made a trailer for a Weird Al biography as a joke, but everyone took it seriously. And so everyone's like, when's the movie coming out? And I saw an interview with Weird Al where people would always come up to him. So when's that movie coming out? When's that movie coming out? And then they decide, okay, let's just go ahead and make the movie. So
that's so funny because something similar happened for Muhammad's birthday this past year. I ended up making like a creepy happy birthday song, like taking the happy birthday song and just creepifying it and playing some like life facts about Muhammad and the death toll that has come in his wake. And everybody was like, when's the movie coming? Because I made it as like a trailer style. Because originally I was going to do it on iMovie. And then I ended up not because I really don't do Apple and it was frustrating me. But I still wanted to make it like a trailer. And yeah, it's super funny. So when I got a bunch of comments like, when's it coming out? When's it coming out? I was like, maybe I should actually do that because that'd be pretty cool to make like a Muhammad movie. But we do actually have some Muhammad scenes. So those are going to be a lot of fun to release here soon. In the coming year, guys, stay tuned. Well, in like this year. So
not February 8th. No. What is it? June
like,
8th.
Yeah, sometime around then.
Is Death Day.
Says MacDonald started rapping at age 18. Ha! What a joke. I started rapping in like 5th grade.
It's not really my style, though.
I started beatboxing in 4th grade. Hey, I started that without even realizing it. I was watching, I saw a movie called Police Academy back then, and it had that dude, Michael Winslow, who make noises with his mouth. And when when Mahoney, that's Steve Guttenberg, first sees him in the police station, Michael Winslow, he's sitting there going, he's doing. Anyway, I saw the movie, and then the next day I was standing in a 4th grade lunch line up against a wall while we're waiting to get our lunch, and I'm just sitting there repeating it, going. I was just imitating him, and this kid walks by, and he goes, "Hey, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? You trying to beatbox? You can't beatbox. Stop trying to beatbox!" Right? And I was like, I didn't even know what he was talking about. I was thinking like jukebox. What are you talking about? But anyway, I didn't like being told I couldn't beatbox. So once I found out what it was, and I started practicing.
That's so funny. So yeah, so it is very interesting to see Ben Shapiro rapping. I also didn't know who Tom MacDonald was before. I guess some other people in our circles did, but I thought it was pretty cool to explore, and especially, yeah, how much I saw it line up with Islam. So the thing that stood out to me instantly when I watched it, and the reason that I wanted to start doing this, when we look at even the first several lines. So the first several lines are, they call me offensive, controversial. There's only 2 genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world.
What? Then how did I just hear about you?
Yeah.
But I guess it's true now. It's funny doing a song and then it's like saying I'm the greatest actor in the world, and then they put you in a movie and you're like the greatest, or you're in a movie bragging about being the greatest actor in the world, but then like they say, "Wow, this guy's the greatest rap actor in the world."
Yeah, I thought that too, because I was like, well, I've never heard him, but like it's possible. I really don't know who's on that list because I don't really keep up with like mainstream rap. I listen to a lot of Christian rap. Like I love Lecrae's old songs. I've got some other artists that I love listening to, and I write a lot of raps personally that get written and then shoved in a corner to never be seen again most of the time. But
he should have said something like, they can't cancel my message because they don't know who I am, because I'm the biggest independent Canadian ex-rustler rapper in the whole freaking world.
Okay, so do it like the YouTube Awards style, where they're like, this is the best Indonesian woman in 2013 that did yoga on a Friday.
Yeah, you can give anyone an award for pretty much anything.
But it is true now. I mean, they hit #1 worldwide, which is hilarious because Ben Shapiro totally did this as a troll. But yeah, so right after that.
By the way, that was very, very smart.
Yes.
Very good timing for him, because after the October 7th, he was not his normal like happy mocking self. He was like angry, completely understandable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then everyone's he's got people around the world pouncing on him because he's I don't know, he just seemed angry. He had a really angry, hostile vibe. Again, perfectly understandable. But people are pointing it out. Hey, you're not like yourself anymore. You seem like really angry and hostile towards everyone nowadays. And so all of a sudden, like, rap track comes out,
using it
and like completely changes the tone and vibe like overnight, and sends everyone into a rage because he somehow just got to the top of the charts with his first attempt at rap.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I did see him like trolling like other like rappers like Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B, I'm guessing, but yeah, I saw some of that.
Yeah, it's funny because he ragged on both of them. Well, I don't know if he ragged on Megan, but he ragged on
he said
Nicki in the song.
Yeah, he said I saw it because he posted it when he was #2 and she was #1. He said, "Coming for you," and then he put an extra note and he said, "By the way, Nicki Minaj is right about your flow." I don't know what she said, but I know they've been at odds in the past. But so
yeah, no, I meant like in the actual song, because he called out Nicki by name in the song itself.
He did? Oh, okay, yeah. No, yeah, I was talking about afterwards just on Twitter.
Yeah, he called out and Lizzo in the song itself. But yeah, so in the first verse, after the biggest independent rapper in the whole world. He says, claim that I'm racist. Yeah, right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. And that was the line that stood out to me so much, is if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. Which is brilliant on so many different like stances, because what I've noticed so much by the mass media is they try to say, hey, here's this group right here. Don't touch them. You're not allowed to say a word about them that's negative. You have to praise them. Bow, bow, bow. You have to bow before them. They are so much better than you. And here's this other group. Treat them like trash. If you don't treat them like trash, even if you're not part of their group, if you don't treat them like trash, then you're trash. And they make these generalizations like that every white person is racist just because they're white. And so he's calling this out and he's saying, hey, look, if you're allowed to say this, like, well, I'm going to say this thing. So if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. And I thought that was brilliant. What are your thoughts?
Well, I can't get over the fact that he's Canadian. And I was thinking that it wouldn't have been funnier. Wouldn't it have had like a funnier vibe? Because it already has like a sort of a funny vibe because they got Ben Shapiro rapping up in there. But what if he had called it Facts, eh? Right? You call the song Facts, eh? And then you like insert that like every line, like they call me offensive, eh? There's only two genders, eh? They can't cancel my message, eh? Right? Like, I don't know. That would have been even funnier to me. Especially if there were some lines about like Tim Hortons and maple syrup up in there.
You know, that would have been when great. You said Canadian rapper, that's what I was thinking of. Like, what is that? Like the rapper that your Tim Hortons breakfast sandwich comes in?
Now my question is, in every Tim Hortons, are they playing this music?
I hope so.
It might be.
Actually, I'm really curious to like walk into a store and hear this playing at some point.
Hey, this song's a banger, eh?
I don't know why you get caught up on that stuff, but it's funny that you do.
Well,
especially when he's like,
I was well, one, I was a little kid, and I mean like I don't know, like 7 or something like that, and I would watch a show with my cousin called "You Can't Do That on Television," and so it was on Nickelodeon, and I noticed the kids talked weird, and I was like, "There's something, what the heck is wrong with these kids, man? They're saying a boot. What the heck is that?" Right? I didn't even know what it was. So I spent years watching the show thinking these kids are like just really stupid or something like that with the way they talk. And but it was a funny show. But anyway, then eventually I found out no, those are Canadians. And they all talk weird. And then like you would see stuff in a movie where they're saying a and you think it's just a parody. And then you find out it's not. They actually end every sentence with a. We got a death threat once while we were live. It was me, Pastor Joseph, Sam Shamoon. We were there. Guy calls, live call-in show, and he goes, so you guys are talking about Muhammad, eh? Well, I'm gonna hang you like they hung Jesus then, right? And so it turns out, yeah, the guy was as soon as it shut down. Sam or Pastor Joseph, one of those were like, that guy's Canadian. That guy's Canadian. And it turns out he was. They looked it up. Because Homeland Security contacted us right Canadian. Yeah, should have been, whoa. You guys are talking about Muhammad, eh? Well, I'm going to take you to Tim Hortons. Buy you a coffee. I don't know what else they have at Tim Hortons. They got to have something else, right?
They got donuts, but they're not very good.
Yeah, I was really upset. That's a total tangent, but their motto is always fresh, always there. And
they weren't fresh and they weren't there.
Yeah, I was chicked the first time I went to Tim Hortons because I had always heard about it. I was like, oh, I'm so excited. I'm finally going to get to go to one. I was like 20 or something. And yeah, wasn't fresh. They pulled it out of the freezer. Half the stuff was gone. Didn't even have much selection. They didn't even know what ingredients were in the things because I had like a limited diet. They had no clue what the ingredients were. That's very concerning.
They didn't know it contained eggs, though.
Maybe. I don't know if that's a thing there. But anyway, yes. So I think it's cool that at least something good is coming out of Canada. And I don't mean that against any of the people, but the politics in Canada are pretty crazy the last several years. And so I could see why actually that would drive this flashback all the more. When the government's coming down so hard on what you are and aren't allowed to say. I mean, mad props for speaking up in my book. But
Hey,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying the part of the song that's "Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo. My pockets are fat." That's Ben Shapiro and not what's his name?
Yeah,
Well,
that's Ben
not
Shapiro.
that's Ben. Okay, that was funny because I was like, dude, your pockets can't be too fat. We're just finding out who you are. And you know, I never heard of you as a rustler, so you couldn't have been the most popular rustler in the world. And rustlers, if they're not on top, they usually have a lot of trouble getting paid. So how are you bragging about money like Lizzo? And it reminded me of like old school rap. If you listen to old school rap like 1985 and 1986, all these guys, even though they're just like, you know, they're some of the like coming off the, you know, out of their neighborhood in Brooklyn and going recording in a little studio, they're rapping about being on their yacht and stuff like that, just because it was like it was a cool thing to do. Before gangster rap and people started like talking about killing everyone and stuff. Before that, it was I'm super rich. I've got everything. So I thought it was a little like sort of that, but it's Ben Shapiro, so it's totally true. You know that guy's got fat stacks.
Yeah, I totally missed that insult the first time around. I mean, I heard what he said, but I didn't hear the Lizzo part. It's totally a fat joke.
Homie,
which
I'm
I totally
epic.
missed, but
Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wop. That's
no. It's WAP.
Yeah.
For Nicki Minaj's song.
Yeah, I know. No. That's Cardi B.
Oh, is it? No, yeah. Okay.
That's the Cardi. That's Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, he actually, that was one of the funniest things ever. After the song came out, he read the lyrics on his on a show, but it's Ben Shapiro reading the lyrics and making fun of the lyric. But so homie, I'm epic. Don't be a wop. So don't be a wet dog. It's a yarmulke, homie. No cap.
That was one of my favorite lines too.
Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You're going to prison. I'm on television. Dogs. No one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section, all woke Karens, and I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
Well, they did.
Yeah.
Did it? Did it go to the top of Billboard?
Yeah.
I know it went to the
top.
top.
It's #1 in the world right now.
It went to the top of Billboard?
Yeah, #1 on in America, at least on iTunes, but I think it's like Billboard too at this point. Like, so #1 in America on iTunes for a while, and then yeah, #1 in the world on iTunes now. And I don't know how far past that it goes, but I know that they were talking about having like an X number of hours left for the Billboard. And that was like last night or the night before. I think it was 2 nights ago. So they're doing really well. Just some quick super chats. Thank you guys so much for your support. Robin Hood says, just finished work and get to drive home listening to you guys. Great. Thank you. Love Shapiro and Vid. He's a natural. I mean, I don't think he's a natural. He looks very unnatural the entire time.
Awkward,
but I'm glad he did it. Yeah, I'm so glad.
I have to say though, even though he's not really a natural, the success of this is going to strongly encourage him to do it again. So I think you'll see him doing it again.
One thing that's hilarious is he talked so slow the entire time. Compared to how he just normally speaks. I mean, rap is normally, you talk like as fast as you can. Ben Shapiro is the kind of guy that like people who listen on ×2 have to listen on like quarter speed or something. At times, at least like people troll him about it all the time. But yeah, in this, he's significantly slower rapping than he is speaking. So I definitely, people are calling for Ben Shapiro to rap again, but faster than he speaks this time, which I think would be epic. Far 4 said, all Canadians know it, Tim Hortons and maple syrup, yeah. So, did you notice any other connections before I go into the ones that I noticed as far as what bridges over to Islam?
Well, let's skin this. So you've got if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Ain't Proca, no one protected. Where the American flag's at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down. They've all been replaced by BLM flags or rainbow.
Rachel said he needs to become a record label with his stacks. That's truly would be most epic troll. Yeah, he totally could do that too, because Daily Wire is like making kids shows. They're doing all kind of like different branches out. So
it would not surprise
be,
me.
Yeah.
It wouldn't.
Joshua Wooden says, "What are the words not allowed in my super chat?" I have no idea.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? It's apparently different for different people. I don't know if it's completely individualized, like for that person, or if it's by region. But I would try to post a super chat and it would be rejected, and then I would be like, okay, what's the most likely word that's being rejected? So I would change that word, and you kind of have to go through it systematically, removing a word and replacing with another, and keep resubmitting it, and then you find out, oh, this word is for some reason not allowing me to. YouTube's not allowing me to use that word. Because as soon as I take that word out of it, then it lets my super chat go. But then 5 minutes later, I'll see someone else with the same word in their super chat, and so it's like it seems like they're not. I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know if it's like regional or what. But they do have a weird screwed up system. So yeah, Joshua, if you want to know what word YouTube is trying to block you for, just got to treat it like a science experiment. Start pulling out words and resubmitting it.
Trial and error.
Yeah. The next soccer
night. If you wanted to tie it to Islam, I just read this. You mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim. That's a definite That's a definite connection there.
For sure. So that's one of the things that I definitely had. So it's cool that you are also seeing some of the connections. Giovanni Garcia says, David, hi. He.
Yeah, that's a guy we keep thinking about blocking, but then he'll occasionally do something cool. So I don't know.
I mean, he just gave me $2, so I think that's pretty cool. Thank you for the support. Better support than our internet today. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually just go through each line because I think it's pretty crazy. So the first line, they can't cancel my message. David. Did Muhammad ever have a reaction to people trying to cancel his message?
Yeah, he brutally murdered them in the name of Allah.
Yep.
And the entire goal of Islam is to cancel everyone else's message.
Yep, except for when it's convenient to adapt it to his own. I mean, he does that too, to be fair.
In fact, I mean, I've never seen anything that's as obsessed with controlling what people are allowed to say as Islam is, because you can have like communist states that control the media and so on. That doesn't have a lot to do with what happens in other countries. In Islam, they're trying to control like everywhere in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Like they will like there are groups who sit around doing nothing but complaining to social media companies, trying to get us banned for whatever we say to control our speech. It's insane. Apart from certain like leftist positions who are approaching Islamic levels of trying to control what everyone's allowed to say, Islam's kind of been in its own category for a long time. I mean, like, think about it. It wouldn't cross my mind for me to be trying to get someone banned in Saudi Arabia for saying something I don't like. Like, what are you talking about? But there are people in Saudi Arabia who want to control what we can say. It's anyway, so weird stuff.
No, it is. I mean, the concept, of course, is that they are loyal first to their Islamic global nation, and then secondary to whatever nation they're in until they pull it into that Sharia law nation. So, I mean, we have Ilhan Omar not too long ago talking about
Somalia.
Our nation here and our nation over there.
And our president.
Yeah,
but she's
no.
talking about the Somali president. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I know. It's like, no. If you are supposed to be a congresswoman, you need to be first for the United States. That's kind of part of your job. But
And at this point, you know, she kind of lets her hand show in a lot of this stuff, like lots of times with Islam. And she'll be completely inconsistent and hypocritical. Like there was that a couple years ago, there was that issue circulated about like a bunch of Christians were on the plane just singing a Christian hymn, and people freaked out. They're forcing everyone to listen to this turns out it was a chartered plane. They had rented the entire plane for their trip, right? So you're actually complaining about Christians singing at all on a flight that they chartered. They ran the plane. They rented the entire thing. And people were flipping out about it. But Ilhan Omar was one of the people who was flipping out about this, saying this is a captive audience. You're forcing them to listen to this. This is wrong. This is evil. This is immoral, and so on. But you know, whatever it was, 6 or 8 months later, or something like that, she posted a video saying, "See, now we can play the adhan in the Islamic call to prayer and blast the message in this area of the city." It's like, wait a minute. If you live in that area, you're being forced to listen to this. So that's captive audience. And it never either it never crosses her mind, like she's programmed to not see it, or it's deliberate, like she knows it, and she knows exactly what she's doing. So anyway, so she kind of lets her hand show when she does stuff like that. But then it's not just a loyalty to Islam. It turns out to be this dual loyalty to Somalia. And it wouldn't, you know, if someone came from a different country and still loved that country, it's kind of weird coming from that country where you had to flee as a refugee and still loving the country. That's just weird stuff. But maybe you're like, there were some people who are ruining it, but other than that, it's still a country I want to help, and you know, I'd be totally fine with that. But if it weren't for the fact that I know for a fact, if some Jewish congressman was saying, you know, and my leader Netanyahu and my country Israel, she would be relentlessly blasting that person. How can you have this dual loyalty? How can you speak about Netanyahu as a leader? You're being how dare you? And I know that for a fact, and I'm sure she has done it. I don't follow her too much, but I'm sure if you go through her stuff, she's complained about stuff like that, because everything she does is just is hypocritical. But it gets to this point where when your allegiance is primarily to Islam and secondarily to Somalia, and thirdly it's your loyalty to the Somali community in the US, like those are your main loyalties, I have to start wondering, like, how seriously does she take the LGBTQ stuff, right? Because she's one of the big defenders. How seriously is she taking any of those leftist positions? Because they massively conflict with Islam and Somalia and everything else that she's actually loyal to. So how much does she actually believe in the causes that she promotes with her allies? How much of that is genuine, and how much of it is just, hey, I have what I'm really aiming at, and these are the morons that I can get to go along with me if I just support their causes. As long as I cheer for their causes, then they'll support mine, which is ultimately supporting Islam and Somalia.
Well, that's what she wants. I mean, seriously, she tried to pass off Sharia law as nothing more than a dietary regulation.
The dietary.
Well, it kind of is. I mean, if we chop your head off, you're not going to be eating anything, so it's kind of a dietary regulation, right?
And if you're at Ramadan, then you're going to be eating more than you've ever eaten in your life. So
yeah, you're going to be gorging yourself. You're going to be gorging yourself day and night until you're going to gain 30 pounds for Ramadan. It's called a Ramadan 30. Gain 30 pounds for Ramadan. It's world record. So you've got that, and then keep in mind, even if we don't chop your head off, even if we just lash you, you're not going to feel like eating much, right? You're going to feel a little sick to your stomach after getting really lashed. So any of that, to correct you, Derek, any of that could be viewed as dietary restrictions. So it is. I'm defending Ilhan Omar. Sharia is all about dietary restrictions. I mean, if you,
Yeah.
you know, under Sharia, you could beat the crap out of your wife. How much is she going to feel like eating after that? None.
Well, that is true.
It's too bad Muhammad's dietary guidelines didn't really help him, considering he said, you know, if you eat dates, then you'll be safe from poisoning and magic. But he died of poisoning.
Poor guy forgot to eat his dates. Muhammad's
I don't know.
last words. Why didn't I eat the ajwa dates? I feel my aorta being severed, just like Allah said. Ugh.
But only if it was a false prophet, because otherwise, you know, no need for that. Which tracks also. Yeah. So Chicken Grease mentions that graped children don't eat much either. In fact, we know Aisha was even very poor health after being married off to Muhammad at age 6. So, yep. So we've got a couple more super chats. Thank you guys again so much. Please share this video if you want this video to reach a ton of people. We're going to go through a ton of sources, and I think it's going to be very enlightening. Secret Christian AP says, hello, my brothers and sisters. It is I, AP the Christian.
No, AP the secret Christian.
And then this goes back to earlier about silencing anyone who stands against the message of Muhammad. The only reason that he did it is because Allah told him to do it. Obviously, it's not like Muhammad wanted to kill anyone who was against him. He was forced to make it happen because of Allah. Carol B pointed out that Mo canceled a lot of people in order to cancel the message too.
It is messed up how Muhammad would sometimes like to be the nice guy, and he would blame Allah. So, you know, the famous example that's in Surah 33 when it's, hey, you know, Muhammad's too shy, but Allah, I'm not shy when I tell you quit bothering him. But Muhammad's a nice, shy guy, and Allah's the mean guy who's telling everyone to stop bothering Muhammad. But even in Surah 4, verse 34, which allows men to beat their wives into submission, woman came to Muhammad, the historical background, woman came to Muhammad, still had the handprint of her from her husband on her face. So she comes in there with her dad, and they're like, look at what this guy, I trusted this guy with my daughter, married her off, and look at that, look at the handprint on her face. And Muhammad is about to judge in her favor. So there would have been some retaliation. I don't know if that would have been just a slap back. That would seem lame unless you get like the slap king. It would be like, you know, Will Smith, he slapped Chris Rock. And it would be like saying, okay, well, we need to even the score. Chris Rock gets to slap Will Smith. Well, it's not the same thing. Will Smith is way bigger and tougher than Chris Rock. And so it's not, you don't even the scale by that. In order to do that, you'd have to get someone who's way bigger and stronger than Will Smith and have him slap the crap out of him. That might even things up. So I don't know what the retaliation would have been if it would have just been, hopefully it would have been some guy just like slapping the crap out of the dude or beating the crap out of the dude. But anyway, all of a sudden, Muhammad's about to judge in her favor and announce what retaliation they're supposed to be. And then he said he got a revelation. And he says, I received a revelation saying it's actually okay for him to beat you into submission. And he says, then he concluded with this line. He said, I wanted one thing, but Allah wanted something else. So think about that. It's Muhammad saying, ladies, I wanted one thing. I wanted your men to not beat you. I wanted there to be retaliation against men who beat their wives. But Allah, he didn't want that. He wants your husbands to be able to beat you into submission. And the result, of course, is that a little later, Aisha, noticing all this, could get to a point where she said, I've not seen any woman suffering as much as believing women.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Muhammad was, one, claiming to be better than Allah, and two, his will was not aligned with Allah, even though he's supposed to be the best example. Now, obviously, I think that's all made up, but you mentioned retaliation, David. It made me think of the favorite type of retaliation of Muhammad, it seems, or at least the favorite of those who
let's go.
We're with him. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in on this. And so
yeah, that one's My soon to be world famous square dance song, messing with the Muslim cowboy. I just jotted down. I only jotted down lines while we were live streaming, and then I did them towards the end of the live stream, and then it was turned into a song. But if I actually take some time to expand and turn it into a full song, oh yeah, this passage is going in there.
I definitely got this for LGBTQ.
Make him kiss you on your side.
So this is Sunan Abu Dawud, and this is general behavior chapter regarding kissing the body. So
hold on. You know, I just want to tell everyone what's messed up about this. There are all kinds of passages from the hadiths that I want to actually reenact. I don't even want to make fun of them in the reenactment. I just want them to be exactly what is being said, in not a word of criticism. Just, guys, look at this. Just stare at this. You think that whatever the situation is, just look at it so it gets in your head of how absurd this is. This is one I can't even reenact because I know vocab as Muhammad's not going to do it. He's not going to pull up his shirt and have like someone smooching him all over his body or something like that, because the Hebrew Israelites was like, oh, look what he's doing, right? So we can't even reenact this one. We would have to get, you know, we'd have to actually get in order to reenact this. We'd have to get two gay guys. We'd have to get two gay guys to play these roles, one to play the role of Muhammad and one to play the role of his buddy who's kissing him all up in his side. Because I mean, who else is going to be like kissing any actor playing Muhammad all up his side? We'd have to actually get and to be fair, now that I think about it, I think we can get this done, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can get this done. We're just going to have some we're going to have to take a poll one day. How many of you are gay? That would be the first question. 2, how many of you who are gay, how many of you would be willing to appear as Muhammad in a video? Probably a much smaller number, but we'll find somebody.
Well, I mean, you're already under a death sentence anyway, so I mean, there's really like,
Yeah,
a little bit more death sentence. What's the worst?
I mean, you could do it with like 2 Ken dolls too, or something like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. Because there are some things that I want to do as like Lego stop motion, but yeah, this could be done with like some dolls.
Yeah.
Like stop motion or claymation. Yeah. Okay. So this can be done.
Okay, so what we're referring to
what is going on this entire time
is okay. So Sunan Abu Dawud 5224. Please look this up for yourself. This is Sunan.com. I know a lot of people don't want to take our word for it. Go look it up.
I got a short that I'll be doing on this.
Yep. So Abdurrahman ibn Abu Layla, quoting Usaid ibn Hudair, the man of Ansar, said that while he was given to jesting and was talking to the people and making them laugh, the Prophet poked him under the ribs with a stick.
You're reading this wrong. You're reading this wrong. Let me read this. Abdurrahman, the sexiest man apart from Diha al-Kalbi, got jealous of Diha being able to spend all his time with Prophet Muhammad. So this man of the Ansar said that while he was given to jesting and was talking to the people and making them laugh, he was making them laugh. The Prophet, who had a great sense of humor and was massively turned on by Abdurrahman's jokes, poked him under the ribs with a stick. He said,
what was the stick? I'm just asking.
We don't know. We don't know. Just use your own imaginations, ladies and gentlemen. Muhammad said, oh no, this is Abdurrahman. Abdurrahman said, let me take retaliation. Muhammad said, take retaliation. Oh yeah, you take that retaliation. He said, you are wearing a shirt, but I am not. I am buck naked, O Prophet. The Prophet then raised his shirt until he was buck naked. And the man embraced him and began to kiss his side, to kiss him all over his milky white flesh. Mm, mm, mm. Then he said, "This is what I wanted, messenger of Allah. I wanted you naked, me naked, and me kissing you all over your milky white flesh." Because guess what? That's what's happening right here, ladies and gentlemen. You've got one naked guy kissing Muhammad all over his naked body. Wow.
And even if anyone wants to say, well, he wasn't naked, I mean, if he's not wearing a shirt, his aura is not covered. And Ali Dawah even goes off about aura and how important it is. Like, you can't go swimming without a shirt, dudes. And yet here's this shirtless dude that's kissing Muhammad's side. Like, okay.
Pulls up his shirt to kiss him on the side.
Yeah, which, you know, their shirts, right? Go down to their ankles, right? That's their shirt.
Yeah, they're big shirts.
So if you're pulling something
when he pulls that up, you're pulling it all up. Who knows if this dude was even wearing underwear or if his naked buttocks were exposed? You don't know. But yeah, so this is pretty creepy here. This is pretty creepy. Embraced him.
The nail that sticks in the coffins for me is the ending there. This is what I wanted.
Yeah, that was the goal
of Allah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But think about this. So I want to give if I were Muslim here and I wanted to defend Muhammad, that this guy wanted what? He wanted Muhammad pulling off his shirt so that he can embrace him and begin to kiss his side. But think about this. Muhammad had famously semen-covered clothes, right? I mean, he was known for having, I mean, Aisha runs her mouth about it, so everyone's talking about how his clothes are always covered in semen. If you want to embrace him, you want him having his shirt on, his semen-covered shirt? No. So maybe this guy's actually like a genius. Hey, I want to embrace Muhammad, but I am not going anywhere near that shirt. Not after Dihal Kalbi was over there last night. So I need to do something here. And hey, Muhammad, yeah, I'm not wearing a shirt. Could you take off your shirt because I want to kiss you? Because I definitely don't want to kiss you while your shirt's on because that thing is nasty.
Yeah. Still wants to kiss him, though. And Muhammad, at no point in this, was ever like, don't do that or stop.
Never rejected it.
In fact, he's the one who endorsed it.
Prophet Muhammad, take your shirt off because I want to kiss you like the black stone. It's an Islamic pickup line if you're trying to pick up Muhammad.
Yikes. So, anyway, so you saying about the retaliation and slapping. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's definitely the reaction. I just can't not think of this as far as take retaliation.
Nope, that one's stuck in my head.
Take that retaliation. You take it all. It's like the creepiest thing. Like you could just change the names and put this in some like gay love story or something.
I think I did a short on that. And yeah, it was on the tongue sucking.
Yeah,
I did.
Broke back Mecca. Broke back Mecca.
Oh yeah, it's like Muhammad's gayest statements.
Muhammad's top 10 gayest deeds.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, this would probably be in top 10. There's a lot, and I've got a lot of other sources for you guys. That a lot of them aren't even translated into English completely yet.
Oh, and it gets so bad.
It gets really, really bad.
It gets so bad. I don't know if my short on that will be allowed on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna I don't like to censor things. I'll have things on screen, but I'm not gonna probably read them out loud. Or maybe I just will read them out loud and not have them on screen. Carol B pointed out earlier that Muhammad was shy and he sent other people around to murder his critics.
That is true.
And then in regards to Ilhan Omar, I think this is interesting. Normally I wouldn't pull up a comment like this necessarily, Because I think it's like a logical fallacy to some extent. I mean, it's not ideal, but so Dr. Sir Whitemeat says she screwed her brother. She screwed her brother, so we can ignore what she says. The reason that I think this actually is pretty relevant is because Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab both go after AP like crazy because of one conversation that Ali Dawah, maybe two, I don't know, but referencing at least one conversation that they had where Ali Dawah tried to get apostate prophet to say that he's okay with incest. And that was because of a comment that he made a long time ago, I guess, that he had recanted. And essentially, AP said, look, like, it does so much harm to society, so I'm not cool with it. And Ali Dawah kept pushing, and so AP was like, look, I mean, if it didn't do any harm to society or the individuals, then that's a different story, I guess. But it does, so it doesn't matter. And Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab go around saying that AP would sleep with his sister and all that stuff. And yet, like, have they said anything about Ilhan Omar or anyone in their own communities? Huh?
We know she actually did. That's the worst part.
But I've been speaking up about it.
Even that, it's more. I mean, as far as I haven't investigated or anything, but the accusation is, as far as I could tell, was that she married her brother to get him into the country, that wouldn't mean he's banging her or something like that. It would be, I don't know, pretty messed up for a congresswoman to be breaking the law and to get people in the country by marrying a brother. That would be really, really weird stuff.
Yeah.
Not sure with that said, if it's a situation where they're actually in love, and now that's a completely different level.
Yeah. Either way, not a good look. Joshua Wooden says, well, as Underground is not the pushed algorithm. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, sorry.
Maybe the comment in the actual video that we're reviewing, where he says he's underground. Top underground.
No, rap. It said he's it's not underground that he said. He said I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world.
I have no clue.
The next soccer Nike wants to remind you all to beat the like button lightly with a toothbrush. Not really. Han Karen says L nice sweater, bro, Christ, colored shirt, Mr. David t-shirt, draw your own conclusions. Joshua Wooden says, usually people know when your words are approved. I don't see anything on my end to approve or disapprove anything at the moment. There are some things that I have filtered automatically, but that's mostly links. Like, links won't come through unless you're a mod. So if it has a link in it, or like if there's a period at the end of a sentence but no space before the next sentence, it's possible that it could think that it's a link. But otherwise, it shouldn't be flagged. Blue Gecko 921 says, everyone share so we could get to 200 viewers. We're actually at 213 now. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, where you been, Blue Gecko?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit behind on these comments. Joshua Wooden is looking to get into debates. He mentioned earlier that he would like to do debates. So I know you mentioned that publicly on my channel, but I don't know how much details you want to give. But yes, at Reasoned Answers, although there needs to be an A after the E. So spelled normally, like normal reasoned and normal answers is the right handle on YouTube for what I was referring to earlier. Getting in contact with him. Giovanni Garcia says, I like how Mo only started praying differently because a Jew saw him praying and said, hey, that's how we pray.
Hey, you're just copying us. No, I'm not. I'm going towards another place.
Joshua Wooden says, anti-Semitic messages are approved over pro-life. I have no idea. But that would not be put past YouTube. Blue Gecko 921 says, "Hey guys, I love the work you do. I was wondering if you guys are planning on doing anything with your Discord. Oh, and are you guys gonna make a rap song spelled like a sandwich? If not, you 100% should. Like a ham sandwich, a song. I mean, I'm down
If
for
I
that.
can, it will definitely be a ham sandwich.
David, we'll have to collab at some point and make some kind of Ramadan rap. Let's see how many different like types of bacon and pork and stuff we can include in it. Joshua Wooden says, "Not all can be as big as you, David Wood. All my Facebook shadow banned." I think that's hilarious that he's saying that to you, David.
All my Facebook shadow banned. Get off Facebook.
Well, because yeah,
it's a crap platform. I got off years ago.
So there is the Polemics account on there, but that's but yeah, David hasn't been on Facebook.
I have nothing to do with it.
No,
my wife is one of the people who run an Act 17 page and stuff like that. But yeah, I just I don't know. I came to view it as I mean, it was after they it was after they gave me one of their famous timeouts. So I got a Facebook jail for posting that famous picture of the rally where all these shipyard workers were told to give the Nazi salute, and there's one guy who sat there with his arms crossed like this while everyone else is saluting. He looks all annoyed, and so anyway, I put a circle around him and I said, "Be this guy," and then Facebook bans me for it. And it's like, wait a minute. Like, how could you guys make it any clearer? I'm saying don't be the guy who mindlessly goes along with a mob spouting evil nonsense, and you guys say you can't say that here. So I have to go along with it. I don't know, it's wild stuff. So anyway, yeah.
But mind you, they're taking after Muhammad's steps. Cancel whoever you can that might disagree with something. And yeah, a lot of it is like not even probably what they think, that just auto do it, but I mean, that's a lot of what the song is speaking up against too, that we're going through. The facts by Tom MacDonald by him and Ben Shapiro. So I think that's funny. I do have some more super chats, guys. I'm going to circle back to them so we can try to
just do the solitary Emmy one first, because that one's important. Actually, I did think of their point.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not read through it yet. Solitary Emmy says, and this is again in reference to the Islamic source, which, I mean, guys, this is Sahih, because I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you made that up," or "Oh, well, that's a weak hadith." Nope, no, this is Sahih, where Muhammad let somebody kiss his side up and down. Who said that that's what they wanted? So Solitary Emmy says about the gay idea, you guys can have two actors, but then zoom in on the body and use a fake stomach instead. So you kiss a model doll or whatever. Yeah, I was thinking about that because
I'd be up for doing something like that.
No, you could play around with stuff. Like in Islamicize Me, there was a scene where I'm supposedly sucking on Vocab's finger, because Muhammad said to do that. He said, you're finished eating, don't wipe your hands, either lick them or have someone else lick them, because there's a blessing somewhere in your food and it's hidden somewhere in your food, but you don't know where it is. So you don't want to wipe your hands, because then you might do away with their blessing. Now, there was no way I was going to suck on Vocab's fingers. So what we did was Vocab puts his hand in front of my face, and then we yell, someone yells freeze, and he sits there like that. And then I make sure I don't move while we change camera angles and stuff. And then I put my hand in the same spot where Vocab's just was, and I put on his ring and his watch or whatever, and then I do it. But so I'm actually sucking on my own finger. So you can do it like that, where you change camera angle and then something else happened. But it's that could be a situation where you're reenacting it with normal people the entire time until you get to that, and then you switch to like a dolls, and maybe even put a disclaimer up there. Since this would be X-rated if we actually showed it, then we're gonna reenact this part with dolls, and then have like the Ken doll kissing the other Ken doll.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good way to handle that. It's just wow, guys. So getting back to the song, because I think this segues nicely into the next line. So the first line, oops, sorry guys, going back to my notes. Okay, so yeah.
Wait, you're still on the first line. We're an hour and 20 minutes into this
right
on the
into
first line. And so that brings us to the title of the song, Facts.
Yeah. So they call me offensive, controversial, and then I don't know how we got to that from this, because I didn't even actually go through the points that I had for this line. But
well, it's just kind of funny.
Wait, did I start on the wrong line? I think I started on the wrong line. I think that's why. Because we started on they can't cancel my message. Oops, sorry guys.
I think it's just funny. It's like they call me offensive, controversial. I'm like, who's calling you that? I have no clue who you are. What did people actually say?
They definitely have, though. I mean, he's pretty big. Like on YouTube.
Now he is.
In Canada.
He was big before though, too.
In Canada.
Nope. He's got 4.36 million subs, and he's had millions since even before this song. No. Besides, like, I've only got 10K something, and people call me offensive and controversial like constantly. They're obsessed with it in the comments. But I think it's crazy because so I'm a Christian. We're Christians here on this panel today, and like, was Jesus controversial and offensive? Yes, he was, for positive things, because people like to do evil things, and he would call them out on it. And he is God, which is controversial. I mean, they saw that as blasphemy. They literally wanted him dead because they recognized what he was saying and doing as blasphemy. And obviously we know what that led to in the end. They actually did crucify him. But when we look at Muhammad and the ways that he was controversial, it's for much worse things. It's not because he was righteous compared to the society around him. He was so unrighteous compared to the society around him. They say that he's the best of examples, and yet just complete trash that he was commanding and hiding it under the guise of it coming from Allah, which we know is not the true God. But yikes, the more that...
No, actually, this guy is popular.
Yeah, I told you.
No, just looking at his videos, I arranged them by popularity, but he's got one called Bad News, 42 million, Fake Woke, 38 million, People So Stupid, 37 million. So everybody Hates Me, 31 million, No Lives Matter, 27 million. So it's not just like he had one video that blew up. He's had a bunch of videos that are in the tens of millions. Best Rapper Ever, 26 million, Snowflakes, 25 million, White Boy, 25 million, no response. So lots of videos in the over 10 million category.
I think it's hilarious that that's the still that he chose for White Boy. But yeah, he's definitely got a lot. I'm kind of curious to see what other songs, because I've listened to like one or two of his other songs as well, but I have not gotten a chance to catch up by any means, because he's got a lot. I do think it's funny. I know I'm having issues with my computer streaming, but let me pull up a picture of his face real quick, because this is something I noticed right away too.
Creepy dude likes to be in masks. Look at that. He's got multiple videos where he's in a mask. There he's in a green one. There's that other one where he's in a red one.
I hope that's not going to be that small.
Tom MacDonald had a song.
So on his shirt in the music video, his shirt, let me just see if I can skip to it. So let me share this instead. So I'm not sure if you guys can see it. You probably can't, but I think it says "Hang Over Gang." And so before I actually heard the lyrics of the song, I was like kind of wondering, okay, like what is this promoting, whatever. But I think it's like I don't know. I still haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming based on the spacing that it's saying like hanging out is better than like a gang or whatever. Hang over gang. I'm not sure. But
or he's saying if you're in a gang, someone should hang you.
I don't think that's what he's saying. But if you look at his face, because
you can't tell, you can't trust people in masks. Hey, now I see another mask. There's like 4 or 5 of his most famous videos where he's in like a mask.
So if you guys can tell, I'm trying to zoom up, but it's actually doing worse. I'm not sure why. Yeah. All right, it's not gonna let me zoom up for whatever reason. But underneath his lip, it actually says HOG, which I'm assuming because his whole thing is like hang over gang on all of his merch. Like I said, I didn't actually look into that, but I do think it's funny because it says hog on him, and here he is with this song that's calling out hypocrisy and evils and accidentally exposing Islam, and
Well,
he has hog written on him.
Yeah, so there's that, and the fact that he's named Old MacDonald and he's got hog on his face. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a connection.
Down on that farm, he had a hog. E-I-E-I-O.
So, okay, so I mentioned some of the ways that Jesus is controversial. And but what would we see when we look at Muhammad? I mentioned how he's far worse than those around him. He definitely, was not controversial for the right reasons. The next line is, and this will show some of the reasons he was controversial probably. There's only 2 genders, boys and girls, which I know this is addressed to like a lot of the current political climates regarding like sex versus gender, all that stuff in the left. But I do think that this relates to Islam quite a lot because Muhammad liked both boys and girls. So we already showed how Muhammad obviously was embraced by a full-grown man. I'm assuming full-grown, who took retaliation by kissing up and down his sides. Well, side. But we also know that Muhammad liked not just women, but girls as well. We know that he married Aisha when she was only 6 and consummated it when she was 9. And we know that he did things before, like consummating, that were pretty disgusting too. So 6 years old, 9 years old. And then when he died, she was only 18 and never allowed to remarry. So definitely a girl. Muhammad was definitely into girls. We see this in all kinds of places. We see this in Sunnah and Nisai 3255, Sahih al-Bukhari 5134, Sahih al-Bukhari 3896, Sahih al-Bukhari 5133, Sahih al-Bukhari 5158, Sunan Abi Dawud 2121, which technically is 2121, not to be confused with in-book references. Sahih Muslim 1422b, Sahih Muslim 1422d, Sahih al-Bukhari 3894, Sunan Ibn Majah 1876, and Sahih Muslim 1422a. The only discrepancy that I can pull up pretty early on is Sahih Muslim 1422c, which while the others all mentioned that she was 6 when Muhammad got married to her and 9 when he consummated it. For whatever reason, Sahih Muslim 1422c gives the ages of 7 when he married her and 9 when he consummated it, and still 18 when he died, and she had to continue living unmarried after being abused for many years. Yep. But also, even in that one that gives the age of 7 and 9 and 18, that's horrific. There's really no doubt that she was a child bride that was prepubescent. Even in that one that gives the ages of 7, 9, and 18, it mentions that she was still playing with dolls. Let me actually see if I can pull these up real quick. I thought that I had put a link in here to all of these, but for whatever reason, did not. But I can pull this up real quick. So this is just insane, guys. And this is supposed to be the best moral example. And we obviously see people like Rosie's Corner who are promoting this, saying that this is beautiful and that she hopes that she has such a romantic love story like Muhammad and Aisha.
Oh.
And obviously people like Daniel Hakikachu, who is now concerned that the FBI is coming after him. And I think for good reason.
Is he? Is he worried about that?
Yeah, he is. You didn't know about that?
No, what do you say?
So he refused to debate AP. The reason that they ended up debating like who's responsible for the current Israel versus Palestine war, is it Jews or Christians? I mean, sorry, Jews or Muslims. The only reason that they did that debate is because he refused to do the debate that was originally planned on and originally proposed. And I forget exactly what was originally proposed, but it was something like because Daniel Hakikachu kept supporting Hamas on Twitter. And so, AP said, well, if you want to defend it like that, come defend it in a debate. And he's like, no, I can't do that because AP knows that it's illegal to support Hamas. And he's already, him and his buddies are already trying to report me to the FBI.
It's good that Daniel has apparently sworn allegiance to the government of the United States and not violating any of its laws and policies. And so, I don't know. That's just interesting. I mean, you've got jihadis, and we ask him, "Hey, if you really believe this stuff, why aren't you out fighting?" He's like, "Oh, because I care more about my parents than about all that other stuff." And then so why don't you move to Afghanistan? Oh, because my parents are here and they're what I really care about most. Sharia is not that important. And then, hey, your jihadi brothers are out there fighting and dying, and you're encouraging it. Why do you encourage that stuff from the the safety of your own home when your prophet encourages you to be a martyr? And now it's because I don't want the FBI bothering me. Like, dude, your priorities are pretty interesting here. No, when you were saying he was worried about the FBI, I thought you meant like overall his support of pedophilia and child marriage. Because
I'm pretty sure that's why. I mean,
think about it. You've got a bunch of guys who believe that it's perfectly acceptable to have sex, to marry and have sex with a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, or something like that. And they also believe, so because remember, Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, Daniel Hakikachu believes the same thing. Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab did their show on having secret second wives. Now, you're not allowed to be polygamous in the UK or in the US. So what are they talking about? They're talking about marriages that are done in the mosque. They're not recognized by the government. The government doesn't even know that you went and got married in the mosque, but they're recognized by your religion. And so that's how you end up with guys who have 2, 3, 4 wives in the UK, in France, in the United States, in Canada, and so on. They have one legally recognized marriage, if that. They don't even have to have that. But either all of their marriages or all of their marriages after that one are just recognized by the mosque, not by the government. So you've got these guys who believe that they can do these secret marriages where you don't have to apply for marriage licenses. You are not bound by any laws. And these same guys who believe you can have these second, third, fourth wives also believe it's okay to bang little kids. And some of these guys have daughters and so on. And so what do you think these guys are doing? They're interested in sex with little girls, and they're all buddies in the mosque. And what do you think they're doing? So yeah, if I were the FBI, I would be investigating that sort of thing, because Epstein may have absolutely nothing on these guys.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted. So here are the texts between AP and I'm assuming whoever's arranging the debate, whoever was arranging the debate between him and Daniel Hakikachu. And so AP said, please tell Daniel that I challenge him to debate. Did Hamas target civilians? The response was, could you do tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time? He said, yes. And this is all right away. The response was, he said, no one can legally defend Hamas, which is relevant because APUS, which loves to insult people
is that
instead
an
of
insult?
ideas. It is. It is an insult. Now, you guys might not know the drill on my channel, but yeah, if there's insults that are going to be coming at people instead of ideas, then we need to challenge that with what the Quran says we should do in order to stop that kind of behavior. David, would you like to explain why this is so important that we do this for those of our viewers that might not be familiar with this concept?
Yeah, you had this issue in early Islam in that the Meccans believed in Allah. They believed in Allah, but they were polytheists. And lots of them apparently believe that Allah is like the main guy. He's the main guy. And so when Muhammad and his followers start preaching monotheism, they start insulting the beliefs and the gods and goddesses of the polytheists, and they kept doing it. They were doing it for years, and the polytheists are actually trying to negotiate. Can you please just tell this guy to stop insulting our beliefs, our gods, our goddesses, our forefathers? Can you guys just stop with the insults? And they asked, and they tried to negotiate. The Muslims didn't care at all until finally, the polytheists said, we can't take it. We can't take it anymore. Because Muhammad would actually go outside the Kaaba, and as polytheists are taking the pilgrimage to Mecca, they come by and he's talking trash about their beliefs and their gods and goddesses and so on. And so they finally declared, look, if you keep insulting our religion, then we're going to insult your religion in return. And then Allah answered in Surah 6, verse 108, hey, if they're going to start insulting your religion, then you stop insulting theirs. So the idea is whatever you're doing, and whatever you're doing and whatever value it may actually hold, it's not worth other people insulting your religion, your prophet, your God, your book in return. So if it comes down to an insult battle, then stop. But it's important to note that's in the context when Muhammad is in the minority. Later on, when he has a powerful army, then when Abu Bakr and the Muslims capture, well, they've got him there, but he's surrounded, so he's not like he's going to be able to do anything. But they're trying to discuss what's going on, and this guy's trying to convince the Muslims not to attack their own people, not to attack the people of Mecca. He says, because look, if you attack, there's only two possibilities. Either you win, in which case you go down in history as a guy who slaughtered his own people, or you lose, in which case your companions are going to abandon you for being a loser. So Muhammad, there's nothing good that comes out of this. Either you conquer your own people and you're a scumbag, or you lose and your followers abandon you. And that's when Abu Bakr said, would we really abandon him? And he tells him, go suck the clitoris of Allah. So he tells him to perform oral sex on his goddess. Now, that was after Allah had revealed Surah 6, verse 108 of the Quran, don't insult if they're going to insult in return. But they know this guy's in no position to insult him in return. They would have chopped his head off for insulting Allah. So the rule is, if you're in a position where you can insult, but they cannot insult you in return, then you can do it. Then it's fine. If they can't insult in return, have at it. But if you're in a position where your insults will lead them to insult you in return, don't do it. And yet, even though that is a command straight out of the Quran, they can't resist. I mean, AP can let them know, guys, if you call me a name, I'm going to make fun of Muhammad and we'll eat your book and we'll do all these things in return. They just can't resist. And I mean, keep in mind, I mean, the command to not start start insulting people who are going to insult your prophet and your book and your God in return. That's a command, just like a command to only believe in one God, and they just don't care. It's like pick and choose. Anyway, long story short, that's what you get, Daniel. How long are you doing? What?
It might not be the only one. We didn't get through the rest of that message.
Oh man, how many pages? How many pages, Daniel? How many pages of the Quran are your decisions and your actions going to cause to be destroyed? Tell me. I need to know. Because it seems like you all wake up in the morning and say, hey, how can I get people to make fun of my prophet for molesting kids and get pages of the Quran ripped up today and eaten? How can I do this? It's like you guys wake up every single day and gear all your activities around making people insult your prophet and your God and your book in return. And that's why people think the FBI's, that's why some people suspect that the FBI is not coming for you, Daniel, because some people suspect you're actually working for them.
So he said, after calling AP a name, he went to not only degrade AP, but he said his degenerate buddies. So
wait, who's that? Is that us?
I'm assuming all of us.
Yeah. So he says no one can legally defend Hamas, which is relevant because APUS and his degenerate buddies have been trying to report me to the FBI.
Hang on, Daniel. Would a degenerate buddy do this? Huh? Does that look like something a degenerate buddy would do?
And he even claims, he makes the accusation that they're trying to entrap me for a while now. So my suggested topic, or nothing, Islam versus Judaism, which religion is blamed for Israel-Palestine war. You said what?
I'm just saying, they're trying to entrap me. Can you imagine? These are the guys, we love death more than you love life. We're not scared of death. Oh, what does the government give me permission to say? And what might get me in trouble here? Because I don't want to get in trouble because, as much as I act like I care about Islam, it's not as important as, like, being on good terms with the FBI.
Yeah, but he's literally the one who chose to go and defend child marriage. He's fine with that.
Yep.
Even as young as 11 months old, he was saying, well, at that age, thankfully, we have the parents' involvement to make these kinds of decisions.
So you'd still support it.
Yeah.
Daniel,
That's
the
disgusting.
supporter and defender of banging 11-month-old babies, you sick freak. The defender of wife beating, the defender of taking sex slaves, calling other people degenerate because they oppose these things. Look at what your degeneracy has led to, Daniel. These are your decisions. This page of the Quran would still be completely intact and safe if it weren't for your actions. So just keep that in mind. Because you believe, I mean, even though we know what's going to happen to you, according to your belief, you're going to have to be standing before Allah, answering questions like, if you knew what things were going to make people insult Muhammad and mock Muhammad, and you knew what sorts of behaviors were going to cause people to desecrate the Quran, why did you keep doing them when I told you not to do that? I ordered you not to do that in situations where people can insult in response, and you did it anyway. And you think you're a faithful Muslim. So you're scared to death of the FBI, but not scared at all of Allah.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be the conclusion.
This is just so wrong for so many reasons, though. I still find this crazy because he's the one who was defending Hamas. That's why he was even challenged to this, because he kept saying stuff on X or Twitter, or whatever you want to call it, and like nobody has to defend Hamas to say, did Hamas target civilians? There's zero defending of Hamas that's needed in order to debate that, even if you want to say the affirmative or the negative positions. And AP calls that out, but I think it's dumb. Like, why is Daniel Hakikachu think he's brilliant for getting an atheist to try to defend Judaism. Like,
No, it's hilarious. It's hilarious because I mean, even though AP is defending Israel against the people who are criticizing them for retaliating against Hamas and so on, he has no like religious dog in this fight. And so yeah, I mean AP AP crushed Daniel, but if Daniel had crushed AP on all things Jewish, who would care, right? Like,
Yeah.
you an atheist didn't do an adequate job of defending Judaism. Like, who cares? I mean, the
Yeah,
parallel is
crazy.
like when you have a guy like Nadir Ahmed who has no fans. Like, you can crush him in debate. It doesn't matter. It's not affecting anyone's beliefs because no one cares about what he says. And if you say, hey, look, this debater just crushed Nadir Ahmed, the response you get from Muslims is, so what? We don't care about Nadir Ahmed. Why don't you get a real debater? That's the response you get. But it's similar here in that, what if Muslims were in, hey, Jews, this atheist didn't defend your religion appropriately. They'd be like, so what? What are you talking about? Anyway. But it's just so that was an incredibly stupid move on Daniel's part, because if he wins and crushes AP, so what? It would be an atheist defending the Jewish position. Who would care if you crushed him? But if you get crushed by AP, which actually you got crushed by a guy who doesn't even believe in Judaism. You just got crushed. You got crushed by a guy who doesn't even believe this stuff. What the heck is wrong with you? That's the point. It's like a male MMA fighter going against a female MMA fighter. There's only two possibilities. One, you beat her, in which case you beat up a woman. No one's gonna be impressed by that. Two, what if she actually pulls it off and knocks you out? Then you're the guy who got the crap beat out of you by a girl. So there's no good scenario. There's no good scenario there for you. And it's kind of like the person who's trying to reason with the Muslims, Muhammad. There's nothing good that can possibly come out of this. Please stop the violence. If you win, you're a guy who killed your own people. If you lose, you're done. You're done. Your followers aren't going to believe in you anymore. They're not going to believe you're a prophet when you're announcing that you're going to win. And so yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, but as messed up as the things are that Daniel Hakikachu supports, it's not anywhere near as messed up as Muhammad was. And obviously the reason that he has to support these things is because Muhammad himself does. And so what happens when you read what Muhammad did? This is what I was referring to earlier. And guys, you can do this for yourself. It's actually super helpful. So you can go to sunnah.com, which is their website. This is a Muslim website, Muslim sources. And you could search, and it even gives you nice little search tips. So you can find like approximate things or things similar to it. Or you could search for direct quotes only. But when you type in Aisha 6, it pulls up all these sources that I was listing off earlier. For example, it was narrated from Aisha that the Messenger of Allah married her when she was 6 years old and consummated the marriage with her when she was 9. And you go through these things. It's over and over and over. Guys, this is mutawatir, which means that it's affirmed by not only one source, not only two sources, but for this especially, it's numerous sources. You just keep seeing, well, this one's not relevant to that. I guess some of these are not going to be relevant based on this. I had a better search. I think it was like 6 years actually. Let me type that in. Oops.
Yell it at it. Yell it.
I should have known better the first time. So yeah, so it's displaying 12 results. I believe one of these is not relevant, but 11 results to this, and that's not even counting the other one. But so 6 years old and then consummated at 9. All of these that are relevant say both of those ages over and over and over till his death. Aisha was a girl of 6 years old, and he consummated the marriage when she was 9. Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage with her when she was 9 years old. On and on and on. This is the one that's 7 years. So, well, one of the ones is 7 years, actually. This is a different one than the one I was mentioning earlier. But just crazy. And so this is this is actually really telling too, because it says in Sahih al-Bukhari 3894, the Prophet engaged me, so narrated Aisha, the Prophet engaged me when I was a girl of 6 years. We went to Medina and stayed at the home of Bani al-Harith bin Khazar, I don't know, sorry. And I got ill and my hair fell down, which this is known to happen with stress, by the way, guys.
Fall out. She didn't just have it go flat. It fell out.
Yeah. Later, my hair grew again, and my mother, Rahman, came to me while I was playing in a swing with some of my girlfriends. So what is she doing? She's swinging. She called me, and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted to do to me. She caught me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. I was breathless then. And when my breathing became all right, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. She took me into the house. Then she took me into the house. There in the house, I saw some Ansari woman who said, best wishes and Allah's blessing and good luck. Then she entrusted me to them and prepared me for the marriage. Unexpectedly, Allah's apostle came to me in the forenoon, and my mother handed me over to him. And at that time, I was a girl of 9 years of age. Absolutely repulsive. But, so we've shown that Muhammad liked being kissed on the side by a dude. We showed that Muhammad liked this little girl. There are other sources as well of another baby girl. But what do we see about little boys? So Muhammad had several wives, to put it small. He actually had quite a few wives, quite a few more wives than he was supposed to in Islam, but it's okay. He's special. Allah gives him special privileges. And through one of his daughters, Fatima, he had at least 2 grandsons. And there are actually sources that say some of the things that Muhammad did to his own grandsons through Fatima and Ali. So let me go ahead and quote some of these sources real quick. Sorry, I have so many notes for this. Okay. So this is in Mamja al-Zawid it's really tiny right now. Okay. Mamja al-Zawid, Ali ibn Abu Bakr al-Haythami, 299/9. Translated into English is, I saw the messenger of Allah, putting Hussein's legs apart and kissing his little penis. And this is declared Hassan by Haythami. Also in Mamja al-Zawid, we see some other things of that nature. There are sources where we see it applies to Hussein. We see some sources where it applies to Hussein's brother. And apparently, because even on a website that tried to say, oh, well, that is in like reliable text, that one chain of narrators, we don't know if we could trust this chain of narrators. They go out of their way to mention actually that it's affirmed in even Shia sources. So it's in Sunni and Shia sources talking about how Muhammad kissed the penises of his grandsons. They also pointed out, we do know that in a reliable hadith, tells us, however, the Prophet only kissed his grandson's navel. And so this is really bad. So this says the one that they're saying, but this one's reliable. Don't trust the other ones, but this one's reliable. It says, narrated Umar bin Ishaq, I was with Al-Hassan and bin Ali, and we met Abu Huraira. He said to Al-Hassan, show me the part of your body where I saw the messenger of Allah, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, kissing. He lifted his shirt, and Abu Huraira kissed his navel. Which, by the way, just because Abu Huraira kissed his navel doesn't mean that's the only thing that was revealed when he lifted his shirt. And again, going back to this whole thing of there is privacy that's supposed to be honored, the aura, and this whole lifting of shirts thing, again, that's going to the ankles and lifting up the whole way. But can you think about how disgusting that is? Even if it's just the belly, that it's, oh, well, I saw your grandfather doing that, so let me do it now. But this is what's encouraged in Islam, because you're supposed to do what Muhammad did. You're supposed to look to Muhammad and do the same things that he did.
Right. Like the Muslim cowboy said, there's nothing Muhammad did that he's not willing to do.
Yeah.
That little penis kissing, little boy tongue sucking cowboy is gross.
Yeah. Hide your wives, hide your kids, hide the little boys, and the goats. Okay,
hide them all.
Goats.
Oh yeah, and so for anyone who's upset by David's actions earlier, sticking the Quran into his mouth, don't worry, it's definitely not the first mouth that is chewed on the Quran. We actually see in Islamic sources that goat or sheep or both, who knows, because both are mentioned in the sources, actually ate some of the Quran. And so it no longer exists. We don't have those sections in the Quran anymore because a goat or sheep or both ate them while they were, dealing with Muhammad's death. So
still say it was a goat.
Totally.
Research shows that it was most likely a goat.
Yeah,
very hands-on research.
That experiment has been performed, ladies and gentlemen. Which barnyard, because there are some of the Muslim sources that say it was a sheep that ate these sections of Surah 33, and there's others that say it was a goat that ate them. And so you don't know which it was. You got sources that say both, but there is an experiment you can perform. You can actually put pages of some sort of paper, papyrus, or whatever in front of a sheep and a goat and see which one is more likely to eat them. And let's just say it has been established that a goat is vastly more likely to have eaten those sections of the Quran than a sheep.
Yep.
That is confirmed.
So, yeah, David, you mentioned this, but well, it's a little bit more tame than other parts. You did mention how Muhammad also used to suck on tongues. Do you want to elaborate on that?
You suck on fingers? Oh, tongues.
Yeah.
Well, he sucked on fingers. He sucked on tongues.
Fingers, tongues. Anything that came anywhere near his mouth, he would. Can you imagine like sucking on some dude's finger and then sucking on a little boy's tongue? And this is a guy who walks around covered in semen. I mean, guys, so not even talking here in any sort of sexual orientation. I'm not talking about any of that. Just the idea of a guy who's covered in semen, whoever the semen belonged to, right? It's on Muhammad's clothes, whether it's his or some guy's or a goat's, who knows, right? But this is how he walks around. He walks around covered in semen, and Aisha's constantly trying to scrub it off and scratch it off and so on. That dude eats some food with his hands and says, "Here, now suck my finger." One, I don't want to be near you, let alone touch you, let alone suck your finger. Dude, you're disgusting. You are absolutely disgusting. So anyway, this is a nasty, nasty dude. Again, I'm saying, even if you just completely, like the sucking on the boy's tongues, right? You can interpret that in some perverted way, even if it's not, even if there's no attraction or molestation or anything going on. You're sucking on a little kid's tongue. That's disgusting, especially all the other stuff you do. So imagine, in other words, just get your minds around this, right? So Muhammad, he's sitting there in his semen-covered clothes, and his buddies, and they're hugging it out with him, and these guys are all eating with their hands, and Muhammad's sucking on this dude's finger. I really like this. I really like this falafel. Let me suck your fingers, and he sucks on the dude's fingers, and then he goes and sucks on the boy's tongue. You're spreading some serious germs around here. Very, very unhygienic, and you can see this stuff over and over again. I mean, just think about their practices where you go into a town, you conquer the town, you could take the women as your sex slaves. So guess what? You take a woman as your sex slave in a town you just captured. You don't know what her sexual history is. You have no clue. And you've got 4 wives and already had, let's say, 5 slave girls. Then you take this girl as your slave girl. You don't know what she's been doing. You don't know what she's been doing. So then you bang her, then you bang your other slave girls, you bang your wives, and you bang your wives again, then you bang all your slave girls. Any disease that anyone has, you are spreading it all over the place. And then so everyone's got syphilis all of a sudden, and you divorce your wives because they're getting a little, you want to trade them in for some younger models. And so you divorce your wives, and then they get passed on to your buddy Abdullah. And then what happens? And then all those diseases spread to all his wives and his slave girl. My goodness, what is this?
Goats and sheep, and
yeah,
goes from there.
It reminds me of
we kind of joke about the goats and stuff, but it's come up. I mean, you don't even want to look this stuff up, but if you think we're making this stuff up, and I'm not talking about actually looking up like whatever videos are on those porn sites where Pakistan rated highest and like animal porn, guys banging animals and stuff. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about actual news reports about what happens when they would find out that a goat or a donkey in a village has a venereal disease, and then they have to find out what's been going on. And then they'll find out that like 15 teenage boys in the same town all have this disease that someone gave it to the goat or the donkey, and now they all got it because they're all banging the same goat and donkey or whatever. And it's just these are the people who are telling us that we need to adopt their moral framework.
Remember, Islam is the cleanest religion.
No, they don't even believe that water can be made impure by anything, because that's what Muhammad told them.
Yeah, and think about that. So notice there are ablutions. So you have multiple passages. You have some of them which are actually about drinking water, and there are passages where it'd say like, they go to Muhammad. Muhammad, can we drink this water? There's a dead animal floating in it. Muhammad's like, sure, water's not made impure by anything. Like, okay, Muhammad, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You can have all sorts of diseases floating in the water that you can't see, and so on. And so, yeah, it can be made impure. But then you have that passage where they're talking about water for their ablutions, and it's the well of Buddha. And Muhammad's companions object and like, Muhammad, that's basically the town like garbage dump. Women dump their used menstrual rags in there. That's where they throw dead animals, dead dogs, and so on. And that's where they dump their waste buckets. So, you go to the bathroom in your bucket and then you go and you dump it in here. Muhammad, surely we can't use that. That's when Muhammad said water is not made impure by anything. So just put all of this stuff together. You conquer a town, and they've got this giant hole where they throw all their used menstrual rags and dead animals and dump their waste buckets. And so you conquered the town. You're like, hey, all right, we're going to take some sex slaves here. Let's grab our sex slaves, but want to do our prayers. Let's do our ablutions real quick. Let's take that dead donkey water, take that dead donkey used menstrual cloth water, and it's got feces and urine and everything else in it. Let's just rub that all over us for our ablutions. All right, now we're all nice and clean. Now let's gather around, have some food. Oh, look, a fly landed in my food. What am I supposed to do with it? Throw the food out? No, of course not. Just dunk that fly, because one of the wings has a disease and the other wing has the cure for the disease. So dunk that fly. Make sure you get all that cure in that food. And now my hands are all sticky from all the dead donkey water and the used menstrual rag water and the human waste and the urine and the feces. It's all over my clothes, and now it's all over my hand. Hey, who wants to suck my fingers? Oh, you want to suck my fingers? Okay, now you got there. No, let me wipe them onto my semen rag clothes here I got. And now that we're all sucking on each other's fingers after performing our ablutions in dead donkey water, I'm going to go suck on this little kid's tongue. After I banged this lady I took as my sex slave. And I don't know, she had 70 other guys before me. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't care. This is how it works in Islam. And now, after all of this disease-ridden, disgusting nonsense, now I'm going to go suck on this little kid's tongue. and pass on every germ that I just contracted from everything else I'm doing. This is pretty nasty stuff.
Yeah, but it was just to keep his grandson from going to hell, right?
Yep. As long as you suck on the tongue, that tongue will never go to hell. That tongue will never taste hellfire. Muhammad said it. Hey, Muhammad,
Yeah.
Hey, Muhammad, what are you doing sucking on that kid's tongue? Oh, don't worry about it. If I suck on a kid's tongue, then his tongue will not taste hellfire. So I'm doing him a favor by sucking on his tongue.
Yeah, the source literally says, one of the sources says, I saw the prophet sucking on the tongue and lips of Al-Hassan, son of Ali, which again is his son-in-law, Muhammad's son-in-law. May the prayers of Allah be upon him, for no tongue or lips that the prophet sucked will be tormented by hellfire. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But it is interesting that you brought up like all the different things with water. A couple things of note from that. I just stumbled across this website while I was doing some research for this, because there's just so much to get into. Lots of it that we'll just have to breeze over, and even things that I didn't get to dig into deeper. But there's this whole education website dedicated to like how you can purify yourselves, and how the Sharia has divided water into 4 kinds as far as like pollutions and everything. And so if we go through these, like used water and all this stuff, like it talks about, even if it's used, don't worry, it's not made impure. But then it's funny when you get down to water mixed with impure elements, number 4. After it just keeps saying, it can't be made impure, it can't be made impure, which they even reference the dead animals of the sea and dead locusts. Let's see though. Which, by the way, one of the things that they have in here is sperm. Some scholars say that sperm is impure. Apparently, it is pure. Disgusting. Oh, and actually, if I don't lose that, the reason that they say this is okay. So some scholars say that sperm is impure, but apparently it is pure, for it is only recommended to wash it off if it's still wet, and to scratch it off if it is dry. Said Aisha, I used to scratch the sperm off the messenger of Allah's clothes if it was dry, and wash it off if it was still wet. This is relayed by Durakuni, I don't know how to pronounce that, Abu Uwaina, and Al-Bazar. It is also related that Ibn Abbas said, I asked the Messenger of Allah about sperm on clothes. He said, it is the same as mucus and spittle. It is sufficient to rub the area with rag or cloth, which means it's also fine to, like, it's pure water if it's got mucus and spittle and sperm in it. That's disgusting.
Still the cleanest religion, according to Muslims.
Yeah, you know what? They brought that up in your debate.
They brought it up in my debate.
It wasn't even like a real debate, but like in the discussion and stuff, It was crazy that what did they say? They said that that's the reason to follow Islam.
That's the reason why Islam is so true, because it's so clean.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? Well, let's read a couple of things, shall we? They backed off of that one pretty quick.
Yeah, I think I might have scrolled past this originally. I'm not sure. I totally lost my place. This is such an intense article. But anyway, once you get down, if you guys want to look into this later on, when you get down to number 4, it's saying that, yeah, if the water is mixed with impure elements, if, it's got the colors changed and stuff, then, you can't use it, which I think is wild that they're going against Muhammad on that, but okay. Oh, no, this article is just super long.
1.4?
It's just 4 in general. That's why I was thinking I must have scrolled past it. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. You'll have to look into this. But I did have it up. I'm sorry that I don't still have it up. I don't know. Just wild. Okay.
Fun source. Not really.
Actually, guys, I'm going to leave this in the chat right now. I'm really behind on super chats and chats in general. I'm so sorry. We will read those at the end, but just since these are up on the screen right now, Robin Hood says David Wood going all David Wood, LOL. Giovanni Garcia says, David, is there a reason Pakistan is #1 in the world for searching up bestiality, just since that's something that you just mentioned?
I blame all the cousin marriage, but
Hey, if it's between the cousin and the goat, they seem to choose the goat.
Ugh.
yeah, they
Or the
run out of cousins, and so they want to look at videos of people banging goats.
Slim asks that we watch our language in regards to the evil things that Muhammad did, and I think they feel like screaming like that goat. They say they're not doing well. Yeah, Islam is very unwell. Truth Defenders asked, why did the fly? And actually, I never really necessarily thought about this completely. But if water is not made impure by anything,
then it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, why do you need to dip the fly?
You don't need to dip the fly. The fly needs to be undipped.
One fly wing has the disease on it. Doesn't
yeah,
mean
but
it
if it's not
doesn't
made
mean
impure,
it got it from water. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean. Yeah, matter of fact, I mean, notice if you so you're saying why would you need the cure if once you dunk it then it's good, right?
I mean,
that makes sense.
Like, well, why would you need to dip it at all? Couldn't you just like throw it out? Because if the water that you're drinking is not made impure by the fly's disease,
You're
then
right.
you don't even have to worry about it. Just kick it out altogether. Don't like dunk it.
You're right. You can point that out and say, hey, why does someone need to dunk the fly if it lands in your stuff, because the water would have made it pure anyway?
Yep.
Yeah. In other words, hey, if I can toss an entire dead animal into your water and that's not a problem, if I can dump used menstrual cloths and dump my toilet bucket inside your water and you're totally fine with it, why do you need a cure for a disease that a fly's got?
Yeah.
Yep. Another major inconsistency in Muhammad's teachings exposed.
Well, with that pleasant topic, I am going to have to duck out.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Smart.
Please share the video. Keep it going.
So because
it's all downhill from here once we start talking about Muhammad.
Yeah, this was the high point.
Guys, there's still a lot of interesting stuff to come, so I hope you are here to hear it. We have only just begun revealing how the new song by Tom MacDonald, Facts, that has Ben Shapiro's Rap, how it accidentally exposes Islam. Pretty crazy sources we've already been going through. Still more to come. I think it will really help illuminate some of these issues for you and see why it is that we need to speak up so much against Islam. Absolutely disgusting, absolute evil. And Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life and the light. And he is calling all of us out of the darkness. So I realized we got this super chat. We've got some others that we'll go through. But I realized I only responded to the rap song section of this and not the Discord. So David, a while back, like a long while back, years ago, you had said, we need this place where we can all essentially gather together and say, hey, this video's, coming up that would be really cool to do. You react to this and delegate it out. And then, oh, hey, like this is going on in the news. Somebody should react to this and then delegate it. And everybody kind of like talks and such. And so years back, we had made a Discord server for people to do just that. But it actually is quite a lot for two people to keep up with all the other ministries that my husband and I have going on. So we have not been using that when other people did not step up to delegate, because part of it was to do delegation and stuff in the original idea. And so we have not been using that the last couple of years very much. We'll jump on there every once in a while, but we've not been doing the whole approval process and stuff, because we did have some internet jihadis that tried to jump on there when it was clearly Christian only. So we might reboot it. Let us know, guys, if you want us to reboot it. I'm sorry that I have not been getting back to people on Discord about that. We're just not really sure what's going on with it and didn't want to add a bunch of people to a server that is needing some work right now. So Blue Gecko earlier was celebrating about the viewers. Thank you so much for all of your support and everybody who has shared this video. If you haven't already, make sure that you get the word out about the evils of Islam being exposed. Joshua Wooden asks, what say you Christians about the 6 pro-life activists getting 11 years in prison for holding blades and hate speech? Oh, it was Bibles and peaceful hymns. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly. I haven't been following that situation with 11 years in prison. That's crazy. But I did just see a video the other day where there was UK police that told a woman she wasn't allowed to sing outside of church grounds. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Absolutely crazy.
and then that officer stuck her tongue out. She's like, "Ugh."
Yeah.
At the end of that video. Can you imagine that? I mean, you got pro Sharia Muslims taking over entire roads, calling for jihad. I mean, you've got, Ali Dawah. These guys openly proclaim that they defend child marriage. They openly say that they want Sharia and that they're going to have apostates and critics executed and stuff. They say all of this are totally fine. You got some guy singing a Christian song, and a cop stops him, tells him he's not allowed to do that. It's illegal. It's illegal to do that. So guys, if you keep in mind what that officer was saying, I have no idea what the law actually says, but what that officer is actually saying, if you walk down the street and you start singing Amazing Grace, they're going to lock you up. That's how far things have gone downhill in the UK. But if you walk down the street screaming Allahu Akbar, you're good to go. They'll give you a medal, make you the new prime minister.
Yeah.
Anyway, similar situation over here. And I saw this pointed out. I forget who it was, but it was pointed out. This was like the attorney. It was some like attorney general or something like that in the U.S. or one of the top positions, Supreme Court, something like that, from like the 30s or 40s. And that person was pointing out that one of the great dangers facing the legal system is that prosecutors can decide who they're prosecuting and who they're not prosecuting. And if they're prosecuting someone, what charges are they going after? And this, whoever it was pointed out that if you put someone under the microscope enough, you can almost always find something on the, look right here. You went 6 miles over the speed limit. We have to come after you. We have to go after you. So you can pretty much always find something on someone to go after them for. And so if you're a prosecutor and you decide who to prosecute, what to prosecute them for, how hard you're going after them, how much of your resources you're going to put into getting this person, that allows your political and moral biases to enter the equation. And you could say, oh, this person did this, but this person's on my side, so I'm gonna let that slide. I'm not going to prosecute that. This person did the exact same thing, maybe even not nearly as bad, but I don't like that person's views, so we have to get this person. Oh my goodness, look at this monster. We have to take down this person. And you could see that over and over again. So you can look at one situation where people are marching down the streets and burning buildings to the ground and stuff. Nothing happens to them. You can look at the January 6th thing. These guys were at the Capitol. They have to be destroyed. And here you have a situation where some people are protesting at an abortion clinic and so on. Well, I mean, think about this. They were given 11 years. 11 years. I got 10 years for bashing my dad's head in with a hammer. I got 10 years for that. They're getting 11 years. 11 years for protesting, singing hymns, whatever they're doing at an abortion clinic. They're hemming them up. So guess what? Someone's political views got inserted into this. I have to be more concerned about Christians protesting or praying or singing at abortion clinics than I need to be about, this guy killing someone over this, or this jihadi out there plotting to trying to convince people that it's okay to have sex with little kids. So this is, it's insane, but it seems to be pretty bad and getting worse as far as prosecutors, judges, and so on, picking and choosing who they go after. And lots of them are picking and choosing based on their political affiliations.
It's so sad. I don't know if you guys could see the link that I left in the chat. For whatever reason, it's not letting me pull it up on my computer. But I have it pulled up on my phone. I'm not gonna like play it from my phone. But yeah, there's the chick police officer that said that you're not allowed to sing gospel songs outside of church grounds. And yeah, if you watch until the end, you'll see that she stuck her tongue out. I don't know if she was like hoping Muhammad was around and you know, that he would see her tongue and save her from hell. But it just wild. And if you read through the replies on X by Metropolitan Police, they said this was filmed in Oxford Street, Westminster over the weekend. We're working to understand the context in which these comments were made. We will update as soon as we can. Then later they replied, same day, they said, we're reviewing body worn video of this interaction. It's more than 40 minutes long. At the heart of this is the specific bylaw relating to busking, which I don't know what that is. The officer knows she could have handled this differently and is speaking to her manager. And then they replied after that to themselves, we're aware of significant social media commentary. Some of the comments are personal and hurtful. This is unacceptable.
Bull.
So this is all 2 days ago. So what did they say about the woman who said you're not allowed to sing gospel songs outside of church grounds? What did they say about her? She knows, yeah, and stuck her tongue out at the person. What did they say about her? They said this officer knows she could have handled this differently and is speaking to her manager. But to the people who actually brought this up and said, hey, like, are you serious? Is this okay? Like, why are you allowing this to happen? They replied, yeah, this is unacceptable. Not unacceptable for the officer to say that stuff, but unacceptable for you to dare criticize it.
No, and I mean, think about this. And she's going to talk to her manager, and her manager is going to clear things up for her. Okay, there are certain personality types who should not be put in any sort of power over other people. Right? That woman should not be in a uniform where she gets to exercise authority over other people. She shouldn't be there because. So she's going to talk to her manager, and a manager is going to say, no, actually, people are allowed in the UK to sing hymns outside of church. So don't go around saying that anymore. Okay, this woman is clearly can't stand Christians, right? She can't stand them, and she wants to silence them. Do you think that's the end of the matter? Do you think she's okay now, or she's just going to modify her approach a little bit? That's the point. You can't trust certain people in positions of authority. So she should be permanently gone from anything like that. She'd go work somewhere else.
Robin Hood pointed out, Sullivan's interior minister said, show me the man and I'll find you a crime.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like Christians. Don't worry. You'll find something. You'll dig something up. You'll try to make up something if there's nothing to dig up. But Muslims, you see them committing crimes. Oh, well, we can't judge that. You know, it's cultural, or oh, that's religious, or oh, don't say anything bad about them. They're all perfect.
No, and I'm saying this. I have a brother who's in prison right now, and he's in prison. He had drugs in his car and so on. So it's I understand that, but I mean, if he had been the son of the president of the United States or something like that, no one would have. I mean, he would have to do some serious stuff before anyone started coming after him. But if your dad is not son of the president, or if you're not the son of the president, or you're not, some extremely wealthy person and so on, they just treat you completely differently, and that's without having some political agenda. If they catch you with drugs in your car, I mean, just think about it. If they were to catch a person with drugs in his car, it's just a fact that what happens to that person is going to have a lot to do with his views on certain things and what the views are of the people who are coming after him. And if the people coming, if the prosecutor, if the police officers and the prosecutor and the judge are all on one side of an issue and this person's on a different side of the issue, he's in trouble. They're gonna try and escalate everything they can do against him. And if he's on the same side of the issues with them, well, maybe they give him a little slap on the wrist or just don't prosecute at all. And this is pretty rough stuff.
And notice the public outcries too tend to follow the same track, even though it's not as severe of an issue as necessarily, not intrinsically as severe of an issue as those who actually are making the decisions. But you know, when crimes are alleged against certain people, we tend to see that those who agree with them and their stances on things will say, oh no, the allegations are false, whatever, that didn't happen, this person is perfect. But anyone who disagrees with them, it's, oh yeah, they're definitely guilty, even if there's like nothing there. And it's really something that we should try to stay away from, because it's very important to know what is actually going on and not jump to conclusions. Now, to some extent, we could say, okay, well, what's their track record? But guys, we need to not hold people up in positions where we're treating them as if they're a god that cannot do wrong, because we know that only the true God is truly good, and we shouldn't be making idols out of people. But that said, when you've got something like Islam, which literally like makes Muhammad, you have to have him as your idol. You have to be just like him, do just like him, idolize him, make him the judge in all things. You can't be a Muslim unless you're making him the final judge in all things. That's a problem, especially when he is committing so much sin. In fact, the Quran says several places in the Quran itself, without even needing to go to the Hadith, but especially if you're including Hadith sources, but even in the Quran itself, it says that Muhammad was sinful, that he had to ask for forgiveness from Allah for past, present, and future sins. So this is not someone that we want to be elevating, especially as we've been going through these sources, seeing what he did. And on this note, Razi earlier said, Muhammad made me gay, I blame Islam. Think about this. We've been going through all this messed up stuff that Muhammad taught, all these messed up sources of Muhammad sucking on tongues, sucking on fingers, sucking on reproductive organs of little kids, who he's married to and not married to, of little boys, his grandsons. How can you idolize this man, idolize Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, to such an extent that you need to make him the judge in all things and follow after his ways, and this not lead you down this dark path? And like, yeah, yep, definitely blame Muhammad for that, because that's what that leads to. And I know something Anthony Rogers talks about a lot is having to focus on what Allah may look like, and how he's beardless. And so a lot of Muslims have little boys standing around who are beardless youths, and that's not a good path to go down. If you want to see more about what I'm referring to there, check out the live stream that I did with Anthony Rogers on Tawheed. He went through that in that. He's gone through that in other streams as well. And then let's see. I'll try to go through a couple more of these live chats and then jump back to the rest of them in a little bit. Sorry for the delays on these guys. Just trying to hopefully get through more of this song, because the Ben Shapiro Rap that's written by Tom MacDonald and Ben Shapiro, called Facts, it really does help expose Islam, even in ways that I think are accidental, but it does a brilliant job when we go through these. Chloe L says, I thought you were doing this tomorrow. Sorry, not sure why. I don't know if that was an error or if it was just confusion. Both of which are totally on Islam. Errors and confusions are all over Islam in the Quran, so I don't know. Chloe said, did you all see the epic move Next Soccer did on Muslim Cowboys stream? AP showed us earlier. So funny. It was a perfect move. No, I did not. That was like a 5-something hour live stream or more. I was
who's gonna watch AP? I can't stand watching AP for more than like 30 seconds, let alone 5.5 hours.
long live streams are cool, and obviously we do quite a few of those on this channel, and David does quite a few of those on his channel and AP's channel. But yeah, no, I have not watched that. I was trying to get some more sources pulled up for today. Chloe says peeps of Makas believe in Allah and his Karen. Oh, okay. Sorry, words that aren't the words. Gotcha. So peeps of Mecca believe in Allah and his Quran. I mean, some of them did. Some of them clearly didn't from the beginning. So they, just off with their heads or whatever. Make them your slaves and collect their money. You don't want to murder them. According to Islam, that is the proper method. Check out Surah 929. Giovanni Garcia says Mo was lucky he wasn't alive when Godfrey of Bouillon was. Otherwise, Islam would have been snuffed out from the beginning. I am unaware of this person. I do not know. David, any clue on that?
Mm-mm.
Joshua Wooden said, "What social media platform is the least evil?"
He's a crusader.
Okay.
Dude is a crusader.
David, what are your thoughts on this? Which social media platform is the least evil?
They're all evil, just in different ways. So I don't know. No, they're all like other things. They're all like other things in life, and that they can be used for good, and they can be used for good or used for evil. And so there's a question of how much are they being used for evil versus how much are they being used for good. You could judge it based on that criterion, but also there's the question of the people who pull the strings, the people who run the platforms, how and their agendas, who's got the worst ideas and so on. So yeah, there are a bunch of factors involved here. I don't think I could say.
I would say the least evil social media platform is the Act 17 community. It's pretty cool. 2 more super chats for now, guys, and then I'll jump back to these so we can get back to the song Facts by Tom MacDonald and Ben Shapiro and how it exposes Islam. Chloe L says, "Careful, DDD, Dr. Daddy Dawood. If you eat too many pages, you'll turn into a goat. Then Muzz Cowboy and Daniel the Pikachu will be turned on."
Well, even if I turned into a goat, I'd be an old goat, and we know these guys like everything young.
Sheep says, "Do they consider the donkey?" I don't know if they consider the donkey. I think that they do. But the real question should be, did they consider the 3 exalted cranes whose intercession is to be hoped for? And that is a reference to the satanic verses, which were revealed by Satan, which made it into the Quran originally. And some of it's still there, actually. Still in the Quran, even though it was admitted that that was revealed by Satan and Muhammad was confused and he thought it was from Allah. Which is kind of crazy because there's another part of the Quran, although the translations probably will not do it justice. I'd have to pull it up actually on a multi-translation site, which I do not know if I have open right now.
I'm checking something real quick. So I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. But if you look in the Quran, it actually shows that parts of the Quran were from Satan. Quran Surah 22, 52 through 53, and this is, like I said, a crappy English translation, but it says, whenever we sent a messenger or a prophet before you, O Muhammad, and he recited our revelations, Satan would influence people's understandings of, so this is the part that they added, this is in the brackets, right? So this wasn't there originally, but Satan would influence his recitation, is without the brackets there. That's crazy. But eventually Allah would eliminate Satan's influence, then Allah would firmly establish his revelations, and Allah is all-knowing, all-wise, so that he may make Satan's influence a trial for those hypocrites whose hearts are sick and those disbelievers whose hearts are hardened. Surely the wrongdoers are engrossed in opposition. So Allah admitting that parts of the Quran are not from Allah. Let me go ahead and share this real quick. Like I said, you've got these words added in here that aren't actually here. So hopefully some of you guys can read the Arabic. But let me pull this up. Okay, so yeah. So whenever we sent a message or a prophet before you and he recited, Satan would influence his recitation. But don't worry, because then Allah would eliminate Satan's influence. Not good. Not good at all. Also, let me see if I can pull up this source real quick too. I think I had this for later on in the song. Let me see what I had this associated with in the song. But we actually know that if we look at this source right here, which is Sahih al-Bukhari 4000. Share this tab instead. 4,950. This is wild. So, okay, so once Allah's messenger became sick and could not offer his night prayer, Tahush, for 2 or 3 nights, then a lady, the wife of Abu Laham, came and said, "O Muhammad, I think your Satan has forsaken you, for I have not seen him with you for 2 or 3 nights." On that, Allah revealed, "By the forenoon and by the night when it darkens, your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you nor hated you." This is in the Quran, guys. Surah 93, 1 through 3.
I just, since we're talking about the next Zakir Naik's, what he did to the Muslim cowboy, I looked up the video clip. But yeah, so he asked the Muslim cowboy, is there anything Muhammad did that you wouldn't do? And the Muslim cowboy said, well, there are certain things that only apply to Muhammad, like only he could have 9 wives. I can't have 9 wives. And there are other things that, Muhammad could do because he's in a country where, he's implementing the laws, and, I'm in a different country, so I can't marry a child. So he mentions things like that. And the follow-up question, which he clicked off real quick, was, so would you walk around in semen-covered clothes? And he banned him. So, but notice that's not illegal. It's not illegal, so you're allowed to do it. So why wouldn't you do it here? Be perfectly legal, not violating anything. And wouldn't answer. And then he blocked him. The man literally blocked the next Zakir Naik for that. Wow.
But he's the one who said he would do anything that Muhammad would do.
Yeah, don't say something stupid like that.
And then he backpedaled, but his backpedal didn't even work for that. Yeah, at all. So it's like, do you really hold him to be the perfect standard? And if so, like, why are you so scared of people seeing that you have to block it?
I mean, think about that. I love Muhammad so much, and I respect him and honor him so much that I will do anything that he did. Okay, what about having 9 wives? Well, I'm not allowed to do that because he got special moral privileges because he's the one receiving the revelations. Nothing to be concerned about there. So, but apart from that, yes, I would do anything Muhammad said. Okay, what about, having sex, marrying a 5-year-old? Well, not that, because we're in a different country. I'm not allowed to do that. But anything I'm legally allowed to do, anything I'm allowed to do as far as Islam is concerned, and everything I'm allowed to do as far as the laws of my country are concerned, that I would definitely, indisputably do. Okay, what about walking around covered in semen? You're banned. Okay, well, it's hard to take you seriously. You're the one boasting. I would do anything. I would do any of it. And then you're, hey, what about me walking around covered in semen? No, not that. Gross. I'm banning you for even mentioning that disgusting stuff, which is all throughout our sources. I mean, isn't that interesting? I mean, the Muslim sources are, he's covered in semen. He was covered in semen. He was covered in semen. Aisha had to scratch it. No, she had to scrape it. She had to scrape it off with this. No, she had to scrape it off with that. She had to scratch it off. She had to wash it off. She had to wash it and scrape it. There's so much semen. This is all over their sources. They say, hey, why aren't you like that? I'm not talking about that, band. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. This is totally off topic, Salman Pat, but I don't know if you're Muslim or what. He or she or they say the law is the Old Testament but is corrupted. Such a joke. Well, if you're Muslim, that is not something that you're able to say at all. Because
Nope.
the Quran, Allah, Muhammad all affirm the perfect preservation.
In fact, Allah says if you're saying it's been corrupted, you're going to hell. It is just absolutely shocking to me how Allah can say in Surah 2, verse 91, that if you just believe in parts of the Torah and not in other parts, if you only believe in parts, you're going to hell. And what does every Muslim say? Oh, you just have to believe in parts of it because it's been corrupted. Allah specifically says who will send you to hell for that. And you're all, oh, we want to go to hell. We want to go to hell. Yay. Wow.
So this is Surah 291. Just so you guys know. So when it is said to them, believe in what Allah has revealed, they reply, we only believe in what was sent down to us, and they deny what came afterwards. Though it is the truth confirming their own scriptures. Ask them, O Prophet, and why did you kill Allah's prophets before if you were truly believers? So yep.
No, there's more than that.
Let
me see.
Is it you talking about like the next verse?
Oh wait, I think my brain is fried. I think I'm thinking of 85. Yeah, that's one of them. That's one of the verses. But notice what it says here. Believe in what Allah has revealed. When it is said to them, so it's talking to the Jews. When it is said to the Jews, believe in what Allah has revealed, they reply, we only believe in what was sent down to us. And they deny what came afterwards, though it is the truth, confirming their own scriptures. So notice the Jews are supposed to confirm the Quran because the Quran confirms their scriptures. They deny what came afterwards. That's referring to the Quran, though it is the truth. The Quran is the truth, confirming their own scriptures. So the Quran confirms their own scriptures. But check 85.
Yeah, I got that pulled up right here. So this is 285. And it says, but here you are killing each other and expelling some of your people from their homes, aiding one another in sin and aggression. And when those expelled come to you as captives, you still ransom them, though expelling them was unlawful for you. Do you believe in some of the scripture and reject the rest? Is there any reward for those who do so among you other than disgrace in this worldly life and being subjected to the harshest punishment on the day of judgment? For Allah is never unaware of what you do.
So it starts off by saying that they're ignoring parts of their book and doing things that aren't allowed according to their book. And then it says, do you believe in some of it and reject the rest? Do you only believe in the parts of your book that you like and you reject the rest? And what does Allah say? If you do that, if you just take parts of it, the parts you agree with, and say, I'm rejecting the rest, you're going to hell. You take all of it. You take the entire book, or you're going to hell. What does every Muslim tell you? Just take parts of it. So according to the Quran, Muslims would be going to hell for saying that, because they're saying just believe in parts of it. But not only they're saying just believe in parts of it, they all tell other people to just believe in parts of it. So they're not only guilty of this themselves, they encourage other people to do it as well. And keep in mind, in Islam, if you lead someone else astray, you will bear part of their punishment for them, because you led them astray and you're responsible.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to check on it seems like Salman Pat might actually just be pointing this out as like a logical fallacy for Muslims and not actually making that comment for themselves. So that's why I did preface, like, I wasn't sure what you were, but it's something that Muslims say all the time. And it's just wild. They keep trying to say, oh, well, we'll use it when it's convenient. Like, all these sources say Muhammad is in the Old Testament and Muhammad is in the New Testament, and you go through them and half the things they're saying are blasphemous and the other half are stupid. I mean, they're all stupid, actually, to be fair, but But yeah, but then they turn around and say, well, it's all corrupted. It's all corrupted. It's all corrupted. It's like, well, why are you... What? Why are you affirming it when it's convenient and denying it when it's not? And notice that's different than us pulling up Muslim sources and saying, hey, look, this is what they believe. But to be pulling it up for themselves and saying, look, this is what we believe. Look, it's right here. This proves it. This is the proof because this is what we believe, but we don't believe it, but we do believe it, but we don't. Nah, it doesn't work like that. Okay, so all that all that because of one line, I think. So we got through the first like couple lines. So they call me in Tom MacDonald feat Ben Shapiro's new song Facts that hit #1 worldwide. Starting with, they call me offensive, controversial, which Muhammad definitely was, and in bad ways, while Jesus was in all the right ways. There's only 2 genders, boys and girls. Muhammad liked both of them. We've shown that. There's even more sources that we didn't get to go through, but that's pretty clear in the Islamic sources. They can't cancel my message. We went through that first, showing how Muhammad taught to kill those who reject him. We see that in like Surah 929 is the most famously quoted.
I like that line. I'm not ashamed because I'm white, because that's
Yes.
Muhammad right there.
Yeah.
I'm the whitest guy you've ever seen.
Yeah. I actually, a while back, I made a compilation video, and it did perfect timing, guys. This would be a great video to share starting tomorrow, because tomorrow starts Black History Month. I'm going to go ahead and post this link in the comments. I'm not going to go through the video right now, although it would be interesting. This is a bunch of compilation stuff from David's old videos, and most of these actually don't exist right now, to my knowledge, on YouTube, or at least aren't as easily accessible. So I start the video off talking about how Google, is saying that they support Black lives, essentially. And so I said, okay, like how much do you really support this? And so I try searching for David Wood's videos on how horrible Islam is to people who have darker skin tones, and how Muhammad was a white guy who had Black African slaves, and Google was just not helping me find them at all, even though I had very clear search queries. They were like putting random Ariana Grande videos in the search results before David's videos, and this was back when they were still, his channel was huge and stuff.
Wait, the same Ariana Grande whose concert got attacked by jihadis slaughtering people?
Yeah.
That Ariana Grande? Interesting. So now when people are trying to look up information on Muhammad being the whitest fake prophet in history, they send them to Ariana Grande. Good to know.
Yep. But so I have a bunch of video clips from David's videos going through all the sources in various different videos about how Muhammad was white and had Black African slaves.
Hey, that's my sketch art. I had a sketch artist draw a picture of Muhammad. There it is.
That's one of my favorite jokes. Yep. That was something that people criticized me on when I drew Muhammad, is they said that he had color in his skin and he was too dark.
Isn't that funny? That I mean, they go the sources go. I mean, they go body part by body part, describing how white he was in every one of his body parts, and then, there's that hadith where someone shows up from a different town and says, "Hey, I'm looking for Muhammad. Where is he?" And they said, "The white guy." So that's how you would identify him. He's the whitest. He's the white one.
Yeah.
And no one would care about that at all if you didn't have this issue in the 60s of people going around, Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X and this whole movement, and saying, Christianity is a white man's religion, whereas Islam, that's a completely different story. And you look it up, and it's founded by the whitest prophet in history who bought, owned, sold, and traded Black African slaves. And no one was told that.
Yeah. So when the song sings, "I'm not ashamed because I'm white," I mean, Muhammad wasn't either. A lot of people now are ashamed about Muhammad, but it actually even says, if you call Muhammad black, you'll be killed. So there's
That is
Sharia law for you.
that is Sharia. If anyone says Muhammad was black, kill him.
Sounds pretty racist to me. I mean, like, I'm not gonna have people executed if someone says, "Oh, she's Asian," or "Oh, she's Latino," or Latina, or whatever. Like, I'm not gonna have anyone executed for calling me like anything correct or incorrect. So that's just pretty wild. But supposedly Muhammad wasn't racist, even though he said a bunch of racist slurs about people, and actually had a law reveal that black people were created for hell. Because that's totally fine in Islam. So while Tom MacDonald's not ashamed for being white, Muhammad certainly should have been ashamed for the things that he said about people who were not white. Absolutely disgusting. So the verses that has this line, we went through can't cancel my message. I think it's funny. The next line is because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. I know you were making fun of him because you didn't know who he was. But he's doing really well, actually.
No, he is. Once I actually looked up his video, because I'm thinking that and I'll acknowledge this is actually flawed. I'm thinking that if he were famous, I would know about him, but that's not even true. I don't really follow anything anymore, so I wouldn't know. In other words, probably most rappers who are around now, I would have no clue who they are. So it wasn't if he had said he was famous in the 1980s when I was listening to rap when I was a kid, then you could, and if I hadn't heard him back then you could say something. But yeah, but then, actually going to his channel and seeing, it seemed like he had around 3 dozen or so videos that were that had 10 million views or higher. So that's pretty decent stuff there. With that said, not exactly the style of stuff I would listen to, but
yeah, but I mean, he's got lyrics that not everybody loves, but I just put a link in here because I think that this reminds me of how his verses are better than the surahs and the Quran.
Yeah, that's who we need. He needs to step up and say, not only am I the best independent rapper in the world, my lyrics are so good, they're way better than the Quran, and I challenge you to produce anything like one of my songs.
Yeah. I think we should probably actually go through this at some point. This is a really cool website. I didn't watch the videos that are associated with this article, but I did read through this article. At least, like, I skimmed through it and read a lot of it. And so this goes into the Quran contradictions. That's what this website is dedicated to. And so they break this down. I put the link for everybody to check out in the comments section. But essentially, the challenge of the Quran, all throughout the Quran, is, and if you are in doubt about what we have sent down upon our servant Muhammad, then produce a surah, the like thereof, and call upon your witnesses other than Allah, if you should be truthful. And so it's like this obsession about, well, if you doubt this, which I think it protests too much. Like, it's very clear that so many people were doubting the Quran. So
yeah, that's one of the things in the community I mentioned last year. I still haven't gotten around to starting this, but we're actually going to go through the entire Quran, labeling certain things so that we can say definitively, here are all the verses where people said this about the Quran, or here's all the verses on what the Quran says about the scriptures of the Jews and Christians, where you can be complete. But yes, there are lots of things like that. Like here's every time people thought Muhammad was insane or demon possessed, according to the Quran itself. There's all this stuff that is just waiting to be compiled, and I wouldn't mind compiling all this stuff. By the way, scroll down.
Yeah. Well, so there's a lot here. This is a beautiful article. It goes through all kinds of different stuff. But what are you wanting me to scroll to? Do you know what's on here, or are you just
Well, let's
want to
just see everything that's on there. So you got to give.
We're
You
never
got to
gonna
give
get through
people.
the lyrics.
No, you
You
don't have
said
to.
what?
You don't have to read it all. Just scroll down so people can
Okay.
know how much stuff
So
is in there.
so yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different Quran passages that talk about this. How, you know, if you doubt it, then make something like it or better. And my point here is, I think the song, you know, as many people hate it, I think it's better than the Quran. It's
It's way
really
better.
not a hard challenge at all to be better than the Quran at all.
Yeah, yeah. Ben Shapiro is a better rapper than Muhammad was. Ben
100%.
Shapiro spits better verses than Muhammad did. Oh, that's what you title a video, El. Title the video. Ben Shapiro has better verses than the Quran. All right, scroll down,
Yes.
scroll down, scroll down, scroll down.
Well, hold on. So this is like, I do want to touch on this real quick, because the first challenger that they point out in this article, as far as like, well, making a surah that's like it or better, is Umar actually revealed part of the Quran, right? So part of the Quran that came from Allah actually came from Umar first. And so Umar said this. He said, "Oh, Allah's messenger, I wish you ordered your wives to cover themselves from the men, because good and bad ones talk to them." So the verse of the veiling of women was revealed once the wives of the prophet made a united front against the prophet and said to them, and I said to them, it may be that if he, the prophet, divorced you, all that his Lord Allah will give him instead of you wives better than you. So this verse, the same as I had said, was revealed, and that's Quran Surah 66:5. So exactly how this was said by not Allah but Umar. Umar revealed this passage in the Quran, and Muhammad's wives hated it to the point where they had to be told, well, you know, if Muhammad divorces you, he's going to have more wives that are better than you. But yeah, so Umar met the challenge. He created something like the Quran to the point where it was put into the Quran by Allah. And we see this in other places as well. We see the station of Abraham. More on the veiling of women. So better wives being revealed, which again was via Umar. Okay, so the story of Joseph, this points out, is stolen but like totally twisted from Genesis 37:45. So it shows that the Quran is actually the imitation of other sources, not the other way around. So it's not that, like, if you could produce something like the Quran, then it must, you know, show that the Quran is not from Allah, but it's already like the Quran is a copy of other things, so that doesn't make any sense. Here's an anonymous like it, because this is saying, and he who believed said, and yet so this thing that is said by he who believed is included in the Quran, so obviously it must be like the Quran in order to be in the Quran. A psalm like it, they point out that Psalm 23 is like it. You guys are welcome to go through these in depth.
Well, not even. I mean, not even like it. I mean, Psalm 23 is just better than anything you got in the Quran.
Yeah, definitely. So what do we see in Psalm 23? We see the Lord is my shepherd. I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. And I'll get back to why this is so important. But even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and your love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. So, right paths. In Islam, it doesn't matter if you're doing right. It doesn't matter if you're doing wrong. No matter what you're doing, it's all forced upon you by Allah, because he leads who he will and leads astray whom he wills. And just absolutely crazy. But we know that the true God actually leads us in the right paths when we allow him to and walk in his ways. And that actually does matter a lot because Allah is so corrupt and wicked. I would say this is significantly better than the Quran. Also, this is really interesting to me. I will fear no evil. I think it's wild that people are called Islamophobes for speaking up against Islam without fear because they fear no evil and they're not afraid about the backlash on them, even though they know that the world will hate them calling out Islam. They still do it anyway because they love truth. And but yeah, they're clearly like afraid of Islam if they speak up about Islam. I know a lot of people do point out, well, you know, a phobia is an irrational fear and there's nothing irrational about fearing Islam. And like I also definitely see where that's coming from a secular worldview. Even from a secular worldview, there's nothing irrational about, you know, not wanting to be murdered. Or, you know, forced into slavery, especially sex slavery. That stuff is disgusting and evil. Of course you aren't okay with that if you're a rational human being. And you're not okay with that for others if you're a compassionate human being. But yep, we do not have to fear evil. We should speak up boldly about it all the more. This is interesting because the Quran says if the jinn gathered, in one of the things that's saying, you know, like no one can make a passage better than the Quran. It's like, yeah, that's okay. So the jinn are making Quran passages now, which, you know, Satan made Quran passages, so there's that. But yeah, there's a lot of resources here. There's videos. I think it's funny. This part is super funny because not only do they have like passages like it in this article, but they have a song like it, a Christmas song like it, a Marvel machine like it.
Yeah, it's funny. They seem to like basically not be biased in what they're going with. They've got Jewish stuff, atheist stuff, Christian stuff, all using all of it to respond.
Yeah, 250,000 dominoes like it. Sarah Corona, which is funny. They actually have one of your videos too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was me reading that Surah Corona where I think that's what that video is about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Surah Corona.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where she made up a Quran passage and so on, and they arrested her.
Yeah, crazy stuff. It's like, why do you fear that so badly too? They were literally commanded by Allah. If you doubt it, try to make something like it or better. Like, and she follows that. She follows the Quran. She's thrown in jail for it. This is one of my favorite.
Is it? I mean, keep in mind, isn't that actually amazing? It's like, hey, if you doubt this, you have the challenge from Allah. Produce something like it. And she says, okay, I'll do that. And, we'll arrest you. It's like, you challenged me. You challenged me. I try to. Isn't that weird? I mean, it's like if I say I'm the fastest man in the world, I accept all challengers, and you show up to race and I shoot you. See, no one can defeat me.
Yeah. Yeah, seems a little rigged. Satan took on the challenge, which I pointed this out earlier, but Satan's words like it. These are the mighty cranes, and their intercession is hoped for. So this is about pagan goddesses.
That even fooled Muhammad. So the claim is that the Quran is so amazing, no one, not even angels and jinn, all combined, could write something like the Quran. Anyone who knows Arabic can spot the difference between something from Allah and something not from Allah. And yet, according to Muslim sources, Muhammad received revelations promoting polytheism, and they were from Satan, and he delivered them to his followers as revelations from Allah, which means Muhammad himself and all of his companions combined could not tell the difference between something that Satan composed and something that Allah composed, which means that Satan can compose something like Allah, so much so that Muhammad and all his companions combined couldn't spot the problem, which means that the Quran is wrong when it says that no one can produce something like it.
Yep. Yeah, so lots of resources here. But I think we've shown that lots of things are like and better than the Quran. But yeah, as David was saying earlier, even Ben Shapiro's rap is better than the Quran. So glad that we have found that out.
To be fair, anything by anyone nowadays is better than the Quran, right? Like you could take Rebecca Black's song Friday. It's better than the Quran.
Yeah, I mean, really low standards. So the next line, which is relevant to the next line in the song, Facts by Tom MacDonald and Ben Shapiro, is claim that I'm racist. Yeah, all right. This is one of my favorite videos, David, that you've done in regards to just showing how stupid and racist Islam is, and yet everybody.
Oh yeah, that was classic.
Yeah, everybody backs Islam like it's fine and not racist, and it's the black man's religion. It's the black man's religion, and Christianity is the white man's religion. And you're an Uncle Tom if you believe in Christianity. But do you want to? I mean, I'll leave this link for everybody in the comments. But do you want to just talk about what the importance of this video is? Why Muhammad Ali was deceived by Islam?
Yeah, it was. I was, and this was shocking to me. But so Muhammad Ali was asked in an interview. I was just watching Muhammad Ali clips, and I was watching a Muhammad Ali clip, and he was asked, why he changed his name to Muhammad Ali, and he started saying Clay was a slave's name, and this and that. And there was another clip where people were asking him, where'd you get the name Cassius? That's a Roman name. And he said, I was named after some famous, I heard that I was named after some famous Kentuckian and so on. And the other clip where he's talking about his name, Clay, said Clay was a slave's name. I wanted a name of my people. And I was like, your people? You changed your name to Muhammad Ali. That's Muhammad and Ali. They both bought, owned, sold, and traded black African slaves, and they're Arab. How are these your people? People who enslaved Africans. How are they your people? And Clay isn't. So then, anyway, I looked up. I don't remember how I was doing it, but I looked up Cassius Clay to see who he was named after, and I had never heard of the guy. And it's a guy who should be in every history book. Because Cassius Marcellus Clay, Muhammad Ali had the full name. He was given the name. I mean, he was junior. His father was named Cassius Marcellus Clay by his grandfather, who was Herman Heaton Clay. And so that's where they got the name. And by the time they get to Muhammad Ali, they don't even remember what they were named for, right? So again, Herman Heaton Clay named his son Cassius Marcellus Clay to honor someone from Kentucky who was named Cassius Marcellus Clay. By the time he has his son, Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr., Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. has no clue who he was named after. Just it was some famous Kentuckian, and I don't want that slave name. I want the name of our people, Muhammad and Ali, two guys who bought, owned, sold, and traded black African slaves. But I don't want that slave name. Then you look up who Cassius Marcellus Clay was. He was an abolitionist. That's who the guy was. He was a guy. I mean, he was totally brutal. People would come after him, and he would take on 5 people coming at him. One time, 5 brothers came at him for opposing slavery because he started up a newspaper called True American or something like. I haven't seen that video in years, but he came up with a newspaper called True American, which was an abolitionist newspaper. And people were attacking him at political rallies and so on. 5 guys attacked him at once. He pulled out his Bowie knife. The dude shot him point blank. And Clay pulls out his Bowie knife and stabs the guy to death and sends his brothers running. But things like that kept happening, and people were saying they're going to storm his newspaper. He bought 2 cannons. pointed them at the door, said, hey, if they go through there, just blow them all to smithereens. And he says, and he told the people who work there, if they get past the cannons, he loaded up underneath his newspaper building. He loaded it up with barrels of gunpowder and said, hey, if they come in here, just blow us all up. If they get past the cannons, blow us all up. Take everyone out with us. So it was like, he's a legitimately pretty bad dude. Then when the Civil War was going on, Russia was going to support the southern states. Lincoln was really worried about that. So he knows the Russians respect these tough guys. So he sent Cassius Marcellus Clay to convince the Russians not to side with the Southerners. And so he did that. He came back, and Lincoln wanted Cassius Marcellus Clay to be a general in the Civil War. Cassius Clay said, I will not be a general. I will not join your military unless you guarantee that slaves in these states will be free. And in response, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. That's who Muhammad Ali was named after. And he said, I don't want that name. I want Muhammad and Ali. And anyway, it was just amazing to me because I'd been dealing with Islam for years and all these, and I'd never heard of that guy. It seems like that's a guy who gave Lincoln the idea for the Emancipation Proclamation. Seems like people should be aware of who that guy is. And not only do people in general have no clue who that guy is, Muhammad Ali was named after the guy and didn't know who he was. That's just sad.
Yeah, so definitely check out that video, guys, and share it too. I know you guys just heard the facts here, but make sure you get the facts out to everyone. And speaking of facts, that has now shown us again that the lines in facts claim that I'm racist. Yeah, right. Muhammad was racist. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. Muhammad wasn't ashamed and he was white. And if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist is now what we're brought to. Which, very loaded line. I'm really surprised. David, have you seen anyone really talking about this line in the media at all?
No, I haven't really been following it.
Okay, because I've been following it to some extent, and I haven't actually seen anyone highlight this. And I didn't want to clip it out of context and like be a part of the problem. But okay, so let's break this down. If every Caucasian's a bigot, so again, talking about how the news media pushes, oh, like this group with like white people are evil, or I guess every Muslim's a terrorist, which is something you're not allowed to say because, oh, that's the minority, whatever. Ben Shapiro gets ragged on all the time. In fact, Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawah are very much haters of Ben Shapiro, even though he doesn't actually talk about Islam very much. He has talked about Islam. He's just looked at the statistics of Islam showing, hey, look, why is it that we see all this stuff that's happening in Islamic nations? Why is it that people who live in Islamic nations support this stuff? That's really interesting to take note of. It doesn't seem to be the radical minority. It seems to be the radical majority. And so, while this is obviously like, if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. It's an if then, if you want to say this about everyone, then this. But something that is important to note about this, even though this probably isn't how it's meant, is actually there's a huge difference here because, for example, being Caucasian is something you're born into. You don't have a choice to be in it. Versus being Muslim it's a religion. It's not a race, which is something that they try to say, like, if you don't like Islam, you're racist. That's really stupid. We've already shown that Muhammad was white. And Islam isn't a race, it's a religion. But if you're commanded, if by being a Muslim, you're commanded to commit terror on non-Muslims, then yes, every Muslim who is following Islam actually should be a terrorist according to Islam, with only specific instances where, like, well, if you're not in power, then you hold off until you are in power so that you can do more terror, right? This is ridiculous. I already mentioned Surah 929, which commands to fight to the death those who do not believe in Allah. or, you know, if they want to submit to you fully and pay the jizya, then, you know, after they're subdued, you know, you could do that too. But also there's all kinds of sources talking about how the end time for Muslims will not come until Jews are wiped out. Like the biggest, broadest scale of terrorism that we've seen. Even saying that like the rocks and the trees will call out, "There's a Jew behind me," so that Muslims can go kill them. But yeah, but mainstream media says, "Oh, you're not allowed to say that Islam is bad. Islam is a religion of peace." David, don't you know that Islam is a religion of peace?
That's true.
You and Robert Spencer on Jihad Watch talk every Wednesday, typically about how peaceful Islam is. Do you want to provide some?
No,
some
it is. It
context to
is.
that?
It is peaceful. They want a piece of you over here, and a piece of you over there, and a piece of you over there, and a piece of you on the ceiling, and a piece of you behind you.
But it's just extremists, right? I mean, Islam doesn't actually teach that, right?
No, of course not. It's all peace and tolerance. I heard it. I've heard that. I've heard that for decades. So how could so many people in the media be wrong?
But what did Allah actually command, though?
Oh yeah, he commanded all kinds of like killing and slaughtering, and so did Muhammad. But you know, Allah, if you understand how Islam actually works, Allah never means what he says, unless it's something that a 21st century westernized Muslim would agree to. But then as Dawah sort of accelerates, then all of a sudden they start acknowledging that it does say these things. But so yeah, just wait a couple years and then Dawah guys will be acknowledging everything that Islam teaches.
Yeah. Okay, so the next line, I think it's kind of funny in terms of Islam, because the next line is every liberal is right, and again, this is the if then type thing. But the left has been trying so hard to partner with Islam for a while now. People who are definitely very not okay with anything that Islam teaches in other contexts. I mean, like the feminist movements that are saying, oh, you know, women should not only be equal to men but above men. Like Islam would never support that. Women aren't even like half as good as men, because, you know, what do you need if you can't find two men to testify? It's only if you can't find two men to testify, right? Then you need one man and two women. So their testimony is worth half in that regard, but it's actually like less than half because they're the less ideal option. David, what is said? What is the reason for this? Why are women only worth half in the testimony when asked about it?
Muhammad said it's because of the deficiency of their intellect. So because women are stupid.
And according to Muhammad, they make up the majority of those in hellfire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because they're stupid. That's because they're stupid and immoral, and they're ungrateful to their husbands. That's why most of the inhabitants of hell are women.
Yeah, but you know, if you're a feminist, you should totally partner with Islam, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many people were against the whole like taking off of hijabs that were in the left that never had to be forced to do anything like the things that women are forced to do in Islam? But it's like, how dare you want to be able to wear something? But in other cases, they're like, well, I can wear whatever I want or not wear whatever I want. I mean, I've seen so many people in feminist extreme feminist movements that will walk around naked and be like, I can, you know, my body, my choice, whatever, I can wear whatever I want. But yet they're against like women wanting to remove hijabs. Not great.
It does seem like more people are catching on because have you seen how absolutely pathetic this year's World Hijab Day is? It was big a few years ago. They've had lots of people joining in. That's where everyone's supposed to wear a hijab to show solidarity and so on. And now Now, it seems like no hijab day is doing better in terms of in terms of social media than World Hijab Day. And I would guess it has a lot to do with the situation in Iran and women actually being, dying for this, having to die for refusing to wear the hijab, and people catching on to that. And it just comes across as like really, really bad timing that you hear about these women who are being beaten and raped and killed and so on for refusing to wear the hijab. And then you say, let's show solidarity and all wear the hijab. And hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? It just seems like it seems like they should have held off for a couple of years until the stuff in Iran changed. But nope, they're still pushing it and going, hey, we need to stop the persecution of girls in hijabs. It's like, where's this going on? I know, I mean, it can happen. Those things can happen. But if I were to try to assess the problem, what's a bigger problem? The women and girls who are being, beaten and raped and killed and in Iran, and honor killed in other places because a girl gets killed by her father and brother for refusing to wear a hijab, or this Muslim woman in a grocery store 12 years ago had some guy tug on her hijab, and so we need to end this persecution. Just crazy that the biggest source of persecution in the world, Islam, is what tells us that we need to protect Islam from criticism in order to avoid persecution against it.
You mentioned about ripping off the hijabs. Have you seen Ali Dalla's, like, I don't know what you would want to call it, but like social experiment where he tries to like rip off a woman's hijab?
Did he do that? He stole that from Adam Saleh or whatever his name is. Who did that years ago?
Maybe I was thinking of Adam Saleh then, but I thought Ali Dawah did it too.
Well, he might have. He's a copycat.
I could be wrong, guys. So if it's just Adam Saleh, but either way, Adam Saleh's a Muslim too. It's like so. And he actually did have the woman like showing off her hair and everything after having her hijab ripped off. So it's just weird that stuff is being published by Muslims. I mean, I kind of get the experiment to some extent, but also
well, that dude was, I mean, he's just a terrible human being. Adam Saleh. We all know about Ali Dawah, but that other guy, Adam, and his buddy Slim, they posted a video where a police officer harassed them because they're Muslims and so on. And then CARE got involved. The Council on American Islamic Relations said, well, this needs to be investigated. This police officer harassing these men. Turns out it was staged. It was not a real police officer. They had someone in a police uniform, fake harassment of them for video purposes. It got exposed when the police are like, that's not a police. He's not a police. He doesn't work for us. What are you guys talking about? Then they changed it and they said, this is a reproduction of what we experience every day. It's like, wait, you guys literally walk around recording everything you do. If you experience this every day, why do you need to fake a video? Stop lying. So he did that. And then there was this other incident on Delta Airlines where, it was some Indonesian hit song, Om Telelet Om or something like that. And it became popular. So they decided they were going to yell it on a plane, and they just kept yelling. They kept jumping up, yelling, Om Telelet Om, Om Telelet. And you got these two guys in full Islamic gear, and they jump up and keep yelling at the passengers. So they kicked them off the plane. And as no one had it recorded when they're yelling Om Telelet Om. So then as he's being kicked off the plane, he records and he goes, I'm being kicked off Delta Airlines just because all I was doing was I was calling my mother and telling her, and I talked to her in Arabic for just a second, and they're kicking me off the plane. And it was a total lie. It was a total lie. They did it because they're yelling and freaking out passengers. And it caused this huge, everyone, of course, on Twitter was going, oh, we condemn Delta Airlines for their bigoted harassment against Muslims and so on. And it was all fake. And what's just amazing is it never bothers the fans. It doesn't bother the fans of Dawah. You can do anything. You can lie all day. We've seen it. I mean, Sheikh Uthman banged his friend's wife after the guy sent his wife to Sheikh Uthman for marital counseling, and Sheikh Uthman starts banging her while she's married. And then he marries her while she's still married to the other guy. So this woman is married to two guys at the same time. He faked a hate crime against himself. And that would have been one thing. Would have been hard to prove that he's faking that hate crime if he hadn't said, oh yeah, and I filed a police report, and police have the weapon, and police arrested the guy, and the guy went to court, and the guy was convicted, and the guy's in prison, and people contact the police department and the courts, and no one's heard any of this. And it's like, what does this guy have to do? And the answer is there's nothing. He could bang every last one of his friends' wives. It would never cause any problem in the Dawa community. It's fine. Hey, as long as he's destroying the kuffar and owning the kuffar, that's all that matters in this religion. It's just wild, wild stuff.
Yeah. So real quick, guys, I was thinking of Adam Salah. So this is what I was referring to. So yeah, so he like rips off this woman's hijab in public to see what people will do. And so it's like the entire video of that. It's just, yeah. So people staging things for public experiments that are still anti-Islam, people staging things to try to get support from Muslims that are clearly verifiably false. Just wild stuff.
So it's weird because I mean, some of those like what would you do or what do people do type videos, some of them are actually cool and make good points. I saw one where it was some guy is talking to like a 9-year-old kid and saying, hey kid, if you come to my house, we can play video games and I have pizza and candy and stuff like that. And what they're doing is seeing if strangers who are walking by are going to stop and go, wait, what's going on here? And a ton of them would. And it was funny because I mean, one guy's walking by and he hears him talking to the kid, and the guy stops and turns around and goes, hey, what are you saying to that kid? Do you know, hey kid, do you know him? Is he trying to? And the guy who's pulling this sort of prank jumps up in his face. He's like, what are you going to do about it? And the guy just pulls his jacket off like he's ready to take a swing, which is when the guy's like, whoa, hey, hang on. Hey. Another couple, they're walking and they're doing it. And the woman maced the guy over it. And so she pepper sprayed the guy. And so it's cool that there were lots of people willing to stand up for kids, but it's pretty creepy when you think about if that situation were real. It would be these Dawa guys talking to a little girl. You know what I mean? And so what are you going to do? That would be matter of fact, that would be an interesting prank to test in a mosque. Someone's in a mosque and some guy is trying to mac on a little girl to arrange a marriage. And he starts going around, hey, do you think that 9-year-old girl would marry me? We'll do a little private wedding right here in the mosque and see how people react. I bet they're like, oh, of course, no problem. Yeah, as long as the girl's parents consent, you can do whatever you want.
Yep. Sad stuff from Islam. Undefeated, I don't know if I put this up earlier. No comment, just super chat. And also, sorry, I'm not sure if I missed this too. Joshua Wooden said earlier, David Wood's reading an example of spreading corruption. Which, you little weaklings. Can't do his voice, but spreading corruption in the land because ex-Muslims deserve to die according to Islam because they spread corruption in the land. According to Islam and Ali Dawa, Islam's token kid. Real quick, some super chats that have been coming in. And then we'll get back to the verses in the fact song. So Chloe said Christian phobia is not a real thing. Oh, sorry. Christian phobia is a real thing, yet not found in dictionary. Yet Islamophobia is found in all dictionaries. If we question an evil belief, we are the latter. Yes. I don't know. These are coming in a different order than earlier, so I don't know which ones I actually read earlier necessarily. Sorry, guys. She also said, Chloe said, UK becoming Muslim pool hole, a refuge for illegal immigrants, Glad I don't live there, but my ancestors would be turning in their graves or stomping their feet in heaven. UK doesn't have First through Third Amendment. She also says Australia is also PC. To PC, we can get arrested for hate speech if I tried to eat 2 pages of Quran, I'd be done. And then she hashtag she was 9 years old, guy, maybe 2 in Stoke.
I might have to go to Australia and put that to the test.
Yeah. If you don't get kicked by a kangaroo, you'll get arrested by the cops. I guess
Kangaroo.
if you speak out against Islam.
Neither the kangaroo nor the cops are going to mess with the dizzle. They know better.
Chloe said, I wonder if Hero of Stoke couldn't join AP and David Wood on a live stream out of fear of being targeted by jihad, family at risk, or risk of arrested.
No, we just couldn't figure out any real contact info for him because people are sending us who he was because there are pictures of him like at a dojo or something like that, but we couldn't figure out how to contact the guy.
Oh, this is in reference to earlier. So Giovanni Garcia said Godfrey was a Christian hero and king during the First Crusade who took back Jerusalem and destroyed Muslim hordes, like El Cid, who defeated them in Spain. Every Christian should know of them. I'm really bad at history that is like outside of the Bible itself. My husband, though, is pretty familiar with the Crusades and stuff. He talks a lot about that on his channel. Yes. Crusades are very misrepresented in school. I know in public school, I was taught that Crusaders were evil, that they like started things out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, what you find out in school is Muslims are minding their business and a bunch of Europeans decided to go kill Muslims. That's what you hear. And in reality, Muslims were invading in the east. They were invading in Europe in the west. They were attacking the coastal cities. So they basically brought Mediterranean trade to an end through piracy and so on. And the Europeans keep hearing that pilgrims who are trying to travel to sites in the Holy Land are being attacked and enslaved or held for ransom by Muslims and so on. And they say, we can't just keep going like this forever. We have to go and fight. Now, given that, so that perfectly acceptable to respond to that sort of thing. But you did have some messed up people as well. Some messed up Europeans joining the Crusades who did really, really messed up stuff. But the overall idea of the Crusades that, hey, we can't keep putting up with this stuff forever from these guys was pretty sound, I would say.
Aisha's goat said, after fasting 96 hours, I ate the Quran. Bah. So also, guys, if you want to see the process of the Dizzle's goat being made, your brother in Christ has a video about feeding it, and that's based on how the Quran got eaten by a goat, because the goat or sheep or both were more powerful than Allah at destroying his words. Has anyone asked ChatGPT to write a verse, says Gordon Beringer? I think so.
Yeah,
but I'm definitely interested to do that.
I don't know if it was ChatGPT or what, but I think AP was doing stuff like saying, compose a surah in the style of the Quran about, and then it would be some ridiculous topic and so on. But it was actually making stuff that sounded exactly like the Quran.
I know AP also asked, like, which is better lyrically, Eminem's, I think it was Lose Yourself, or the Quran. Marion says you won't be able to write a contradiction like it. Yeah, the Quran says if it were from any other than Allah, it would contain within it much contradiction, which is wrong on so many fronts. Like, the Quran is full of contradictions, so that means it's not from Allah. But also, does that mean anything that doesn't have contradictions is from Allah? Like, just random stuff? David, you've done a good job of pointing that out in the past.
Yeah, anything. I mean, I could sit down and make an entire book that is filled with nothing but true factual statements and no contradictions. According to the Quran, that would mean that it's the word of God. Because if it wasn't from God, you would find in it much contradiction.
Yeah, so if I just like take a piece of paper and write on it, Jesus Christ is God. I mean, that's from Allah, right? Because it doesn't have any contradictions. So interesting.
Or if I sit down and write Muhammad was a child molesting, murdering rapist, there would be no contradictions in that, and therefore that would be from God.
Yeah. I mean, clearly that's what we see. And supposedly Muhammad is from God. I mean, he's not, but he's from Allah. Very sad, very sad. Solitary Emmy wants to know how you remember all this. That was asked when you were talking about Cassius Clay.
Oh, with that, yeah, I forget lots of stuff, but I don't know, just because I don't know. I studied it for that video, so it kind of stuck in my mind. Not sure why. Are you muted?
Thank you. Got a few more super chats, guys, but I will come back to those shortly. I'm going to go ahead and try to play this actually again and jump back into this song here in a minute and circle back to the super chats shortly. So, okay. So I'm going to play this song again for all of you guys who have joined after, because I know a ton of you guys have joined after we started, especially with the technical difficulties at the beginning. So hopefully this works this time around. And let me remove. Okay.
They call me offensive, controversial. It's only two genders, boys and girls. They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, alright. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't want to talk to folks who don't get it. Go woke, go broke, no hope. It's pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect.
Let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic. Don't be a whack. Dog, it's a yarmulke. Homie, no cap. Look at the graphs. Look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You go into prison. I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this, let's get a billboard #1.
This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes. We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose. We ain't pushing guns, ain't promoting stripper poles. We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, facts. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you. You mad, you mad, you mad. I guess it's cool to be the victim, well, I'ma be the man. You sad, you sad, you sad. You just try to get attention, being triggered's all you have. You mad, you mad, you mad. You blame everybody else for every problem that you can. You sad, you sad, you sad. I will never say I'm sorry, I ain't taking nothing back. I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you. You can cry and you can scream, you can riot in the streets, you defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you. I hope I offend you. I ask myself, what would Ben do? Let's just keep it real, thanks. Don't care how you feel, man. If you want my pronouns, I'm the man who don't respect you.
Ben should have like had the same hair and had tattoos all over his face. That would have been cooler.
That would have been hilarious.
Oh,
Like,
never mind. So yeah, he's got rules. He's got rules in his book about that. So like he couldn't put hog on his face. That would be against multiple rules.
I mean, yeah, he could like get the word of God tattooed on his face, though, right?
No, I don't know. I don't. I'd have to see his interpretation of the Torah on that one.
Yeah, but I mean, it's because it does say like, you know, write them on your. Yeah, it's interesting looking through the sources, but there's a very mixed reaction to the actual music side of this. For example, Desmond F says, message, great, sound, not so great. Personally, I like the sound, I like the message. People talking about how Ben is just trolling people. And Ben at 0.75 speed spitting. Yeah, I think that's so funny that he slows down so much to rap. But yeah, every time I hear this, I keep thinking how much it relates to Islam and how it could just be addressed to Islam and be like just as powerful. I know that it was addressed to like the woke community, and he's known as like an anti-woke rapper. But even though Islam is very anti-woke also in its own ways, this is just so relevant. So the next line that we didn't talk about is go woke, go broke, no hope, it's pathetic. I keep thinking about the whole like chickens for KFC thing because there's all these groups like Queers for Palestine and stuff that need to be so woke that they support you know, the whole pride community, but they also support Islam. And it's like, well, Islam would chuck queers off of buildings. They literally, I have a video on Hamas, how Hamas hates queers for Palestine, or Hamas wants queers for Palestine dead. And in it, I talk about how Hamas literally executed one of their own commanders for being gay, merely for the accusation of being gay, really. It wasn't something that was proven, but yeah, someone said that he was gay and they chose to execute him, even though he was one of their own commanders. The next line is pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressives. I think it's really interesting because as far as like Allah, he's very pro-death and pro-hate. I have this link for you guys, lots of different cool resources. I'm posting this in the chat right now. This is a website that compiles many of the groups that Allah does and does not love. I think it's really interesting. I know, David, you went through some of these in Does Allah Love Ali Dawa? You guys can find that on David's Twitter or on the Act 17 Polemics page. But when we actually look at these sources that this website compiles, we see, for example, you know, that if you follow Allah, he will love you and forgive your sins. And Allah is forgiving and merciful, which, by the way, this doesn't say this here, but how does Allah forgive your sins if you're a Muslim? He'll put them on the Jews and the Christians, even if the sins of the Muslims are as heavy as a mountain. Yeah, that's not good. Verily Allah loves those who rely on him. Verily Allah loves the God-fearing. Verily Allah loves those who are good. Verily, Allah does not love the unbelievers. So one of the problems with this is you'll never be good enough for the standards of Allah, and also Allah is the one who's forcing you to do everything that you're doing. Nothing is actually your own choice in Islam. Everything is determined by Allah, and He leads astray those whom He wills and guides whom He wills. So, Allah chooses if He wants you to be good or bad, if He wants to love you or create you to be unloved. He does not love any ungrateful sinner, but He does love those who are just. But even like Muhammad, he was a sinner. He was unjust according to the Quran. He does not love those who spread corruption. I mean, Muhammad even, gave the satanic verses. I'm pretty sure that would be counted as corruption. I mean, he corrupted the word of Allah, the uncorruptible word of Allah, in Islam. And so that's pretty bad. Allah does not love the transgressors, does not love the oppressors, does not love those who are treacherous sinners, does not love the treacherous. He does love those who repent and purify themselves. But again, all up to Allah, not up to you. Allah loves the patient, does not love those who are proud and boastful, which we're proud of that. Verily, He does not love the arrogant. He does not love those who are extravagant. Allah does not love the exultant. So, very much full of hate, because Allah determines how you are and then hates you for being that way, according to Islam. The next line is, you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. But we've seen, based on history, based on the Quran, based on the Hadith, that Islam goes to the opposite extreme and actually spreads via violence. That's how they're commanded to spread, is via violence whenever they can. And it's seen in practice. How did the rightly guided caliphs spread? Through violence. Violence is still happening even between Muslims and Muslims. David, I know you've talked about that component of it on videos before. I'm not sure what's still up about that. But if you don't meet certain criteria according to one sect of Islam, then the other sect, well, you're an apostate, so murder. Versus like, how do we see Christianity growing? We see that Christianity often grows most under persecution. We see that Christians seem to be the most bold when they're being persecuted, not being the persecutors, but being persecuted, and they want to share God with others. I think that we should all be more bold. But big difference between spreading through violence and murder and that. The next line is, where are the American flags at? Islam is very against America. In fact, I've had so many Muslims tell me that the reason that you should be a Muslim, or I should be a Muslim, or anyone should be a Muslim, is because America is so corrupt. And just look around, people are sleeping with other people just randomly outside of marriage. But I mean, when we look at the Quran, we see that, you can sleep with orphan girls. You can sleep with your sex slaves in front of their husbands. So not really more moral. And also, it's not like, yeah, it's just real weird. But they're all the more against America for the ways that are godly, because Allah is not God. The next line is, remember when people would hang those, referring to the American flags. My thought on that, as far as the connection to Islam, is Muslims prefer to hang humans instead of flags. They do like their flags, though, that call for violence. The next line is, they've been taken down. And the connection there is, like the degraded morals in Sharia law countries. They've all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow is the next line. And as I mentioned earlier with the chickens for KFC, queers for Palestine, if you're part of the Pride community, you need to be executed according to Islam. Your life is of no value according to Islam, and you need to be killed. Even though it's Allah who made you gay, also Muhammad was clearly not strictly straight. to put it nicely, like we showed with a man kissing his body, and him sucking on the tongues of little boys, other parts of little boys being kissed by him and his followers. So it's kind of the double standard. We've also shown how Black lives don't matter to Islam, didn't matter to Muhammad or his followers. The next line in the rap is "This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars, and clothes." I think that's very interesting because Muhammad was all about worldly possessions, all about getting that money, those caravans, those clothes, even though for some reason his clothes were always semen covered. Next line is, "We ain't selling drugs, we ain't gonna overdose," which I pinned, well, starred the comment. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, so John V, when we were listening to it again, said, "We ain't gonna overdose. Muhammad was killed by OD on poison." Yes, even with dates, as I mentioned earlier. So Muhammad claimed that if you eat dates, that you will be spared from the effects of magic and poisoning. And there's all kind of sources talking about how Muhammad would eat dates, but he still somehow died of poisoning from lamb from a Jewess that he had just brutally murdered the family of. Hey, David, Muhammad, since he was a prophet in Islam, did he happen to know he was about to get poisoned when he ate the poisoned lamb?
No, he conveniently got a revelation after his buddy had already noticed that it was poison. And that's when he got a revelation. So it was just a little too late to save his buddy and a little too late to save Muhammad because he still died of it. But it did preserve his life a little longer because, if he'd swallowed a little more, he'd have died quickly like his buddy. And they actually tested it afterwards. They took a piece of the meat and threw it to a dog, and the dog ate it and died right there. So it was pretty potent stuff. But yeah, Muhammad got the revelations just a couple minutes too late.
It sounds very prophetic. Totally. But you mentioned earlier, did you want to elaborate on the aorta thing? Because it was just a passing comment. Well, so while Muhammad died of a poisoning, the last thing you would probably think of to say if you're dying of a poisoning is that your aorta feels as if it's being severed, right? That doesn't make any sense for poisoning, especially after years of struggling with this these effects of poisoning. But why is that so significant that Muhammad said that?
Yeah, that's in the Quran, Surah 69, verses 44 to 46. Allah says that if Muhammad were to fabricate revelations, he would sever his aorta. And then years later, Muhammad dies, saying he could feel his aorta being severed.
That seems a little significant. Seems like Allah kept his word there. And Muhammad didn't have to say this, right? Muhammad could have said anything. But even after knowing that this was the revelation that was given, had the messenger made up something in our name, we'd have certainly seized him by his right hand. And this is or in power, which I'm surprised it actually doesn't have that little asterisk there here now. But then severed his aorta. And it's interesting because if I think I might have to click on this and I might have to scroll again. But right after this, it says, and no one could have stopped it, essentially. Let me see. So I can pull this up for you on screen. Yeah, okay. So we would have certainly seized him by his right hand and severed his aorta. And none of you could have shielded him from us. Which is interesting because, yeah, even with his date routine, in order to be shielded from the effects of poisoning, he still died of poisoning, feeling his aorta being severed. So no one, even Muhammad, could even stop this I would say only true prophecy of Islam so far that we've seen.
No, there's another one. There's the one that says people are going to start flying out of Islam like the arrows flying out of a game and so on. So that's happening.
Yeah, people are leaving Islam. A bunch of people keep telling me that Islam is the fastest growing religion. But if everybody is born Muslim, which according to Islam, everybody is born Muslim, then every single person who is not currently claiming to be Muslim has left Islam. So it's the fastest hemorrhaging religion in the world. Just on its own, even if no one actually chose to leave Islam who ever thought that they were Muslim to begin with. But there are quite a lot of people who chose to be Muslim that are now choosing to not be Muslim, even though that choice comes with a death penalty in Islam. So, very important. The next line is, "We won't turn your sons into thugs or your daughters into hoes." I think that's a good thing to not do. Sadly, even though Allah says, don't pimp out your daughters, he says, don't worry though, because if you do, you'll be forgiven. And that's in the Quran. So that's weird, because that's not like a caveat that's given to most things. It's not like, well, don't eat pork, but if you do, don't worry about it. It's like, but don't pimp your daughters out. If you do, don't worry about it. You'll be forgiven. And we see that that's happening. I mean, Muhammad was given his child bride by his friend. Well, that's not exactly the standard thing in that vein. That's not really good to be encouraged from the get-go to be the best example. The next line is, "I don't care if I offend you." And I forget where I got this from. Some kind of lyric website said the sentence is, "I was put here to upset you." I've listened to the song a bunch. I've never heard that as the lyrics, though it's possible. Actually, I wonder, was there? No, there's not lyrics on the screen. Okay. I thought it was like, "I was playing to upset you," but either way. So, "I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you." Essentially, we see offend as such a bad thing. Like, how dare you offend anyone? And like intrinsically, when I heard the song the first time, I kind of just wanted to be like, oh no, like I'm not doing things to offend people. I'm doing them because I want to show them the truth. But I looked into more what offend means. And if we go by the literal definition of causing to feel upset, yeah, absolutely. I want to cause you to feel upset about the evil of Islam. You should be upset about the evil of Islam. And while I don't want to cause harm by any means, and I don't want to upset for the sake of upsetting, I do think that there's definitely valid things to wanting to expose the evils. I think if you care, you should expose the evils. And if that upsets people, then so be it, because they need to be upset by it. What are your thoughts, David? I know you're very against upsetting people in general.
I say if you upset anyone, you've already lost.
Yeah, so I mean, I do hear the, like, if you make anyone mad, you've already lost quote thrown around. But something that people comment on a lot of my stuff lately is like, wow, you're so gentle when dealing with Islam, unlike the rest of the apologetics world.
Mm-hmm.
But there's definitely a time and a place. And I don't think it's fair to discount. I mean, obviously, David, even when you've been extremely offensive, according to some, like, people are leaving Islam, you are exposing the evils of Islam and people are coming to the truth. So I do think that's important.
No, I believe if you hurt someone's feelings, you've already lost.
Well, on that note, the next slide is, you can cry, you can scream, you could riot in the streets. We see that with the pro-Palestine crews screaming from the river to the sea, "Palestine will be free," which is clearly a call for peace, right? Except it means that they want every Jew to be wiped out from the river to the sea, just mass murder. But yeah, Israel is the one who's being genocidal. Okay, well, everybody's screaming from the river to the sea. You defunded the police, now there's no one to protect you, is the next line. I think that this is I mean, we've already pointed out in the stream how the UK police is garbage. They're so concerned with protecting the religion of peace that's leaving people in pieces that they're letting all kinds of evils go unchecked. People being raped, people being murdered, stabbed. I mean, you can look at just the stuff that Hatun has had to go through in the UK, and just ridiculous. You look at tons of people in the UK and what they've had to endure, and the police force seems to be, okay, are you Christian? Yes, okay, you deserved it. It's your fault, whatever. But oh, you're a Muslim. Oh no, what did somebody else do to you in order to cause you to feel so upset that you had to go and do this to other people? It's ridiculous. The next line. Oh, well, so one more thing on that too, as far as like, guys, if you're gonna defend Islam so hard right now, what happens the second they come onto you? Like, this is their strategy, that they wait until they can strike, and you're like, yeah, you do it, you do you, like, let's go. Strength to Islam, but they're gonna turn on you too, guys. The next line is, I hope I offend you. I asked myself, what would Ben do? David, any thoughts on this line?
What do you mean? What would Ben do?
Well, any of it. So do you hope you offend people?
Only in certain situations, if someone really, really needs to be offended. Like, I really don't know how that became a criterion. Like, people will be like, oh, these guys over here, they're defending child marriage and pedophilia and killing apostates and killing blasphemers, and they're calling for pretty much me and everyone I know to be either executed or violently subjugated. And I say something that hurts their feelings, and people go, "Oh, you're being offensive." It's like, some people need to be offended. Some people need to. It's like, this guy just murdered 5 people and you're locking him up. That's going to hurt his feelings. I don't give who cares if it's hurting his feelings? There's certain things you got to do anyway. And I don't know. It's just a weird situation where what are we doing tiptoeing around these guys? Right. I mean, these guys actually want to climb between the legs of 6-year-old girls. And we sit there. Okay, well, yeah, explain your views more. And then I'll tell you that, your culture is very interesting. Screw that. You're a freaking pedophile, and so is your prophet. That's what needs to be said.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. In the live stream that we did right before the Ohio 2023 Apologetics, Polemics, and Evangelism Conference, Seek and Share Truth, we had a discussion about how a lot of even the apologetics world has been told, don't you dare say anything offensive. Don't bring up Muhammad. Don't bring up the fact that he was a pedophile. Don't bring up the fact that he told people who were saying that they didn't want to rape women in front of their husbands. Don't bring that stuff up. That Muhammad endorsed that and told them, yes, you should go do that. Don't bring up the fact that Muhammad had Black African slaves. Just ignore all that stuff and just stick to, what you guys have in common. And we were talking about the things behind that. And it's just pretty crazy that a lot of those talking points came from Muslims themselves, as far as like what not to do when talking to Muslims. But when I've talked to Hatun and stuff about like what she's found to be most effective, she said personally for her, one of the things that's been most effective is actually talking about those things, because people don't realize it. I know, David, you said in the past that when you guys started, you and Nabil, there were so few people that actually knew about the stuff that Muhammad did, and how impactful that's been to get that out in the open. It is kind of crazy though, now that people do know about it and it is out in the open, how many people are willing to defend it. They tried denying it until they couldn't deny it anymore, and now it's full-fledged defense, which I guess they have to do, but it's still pretty heartbreaking. As far as the "What would Ben do" line, I wasn't sure how to feel about this first. I mean, to some extent, I'm pretty sure this is like a play on like what would Jesus do, which I guess like one difference between Christians and Muslims is like, while there is still a certain line, Christians can take a joke. Like I saw this hilarious video of Jesus going to like a swim party or something. Have you seen that, David? So I think his friends are all like jumping into the pool, and like diving in and stuff, and Jesus goes to get in, and he can't like go below the water level, because he can walk on water. But anyway, so like a lot of people, if people were to do that about like Muhammad or anything like Islam wise, it'd be like off with their heads. But the Christians in the comments were just like, "Oh, this is hilarious. This is great." Like we didn't see it as like actual blasphemous. It's just like, hey, calling attention to Bible. And obviously no one was saying it actually happened. It was just supposed to be like funny. But anyway, but so as far as like what would Ben do? Okay, so part of me is like, well, we shouldn't be looking to man. We should be looking to God, because only God is ultimately good. But also there is a certain extent where, not necessarily for Ben himself, but like Paul says, follow me as I follow Christ. And so we should look to how, to some extent, others are pursuing Christ, especially in our infancy stage of getting to know what Christianity is about. So there's something there. Also, is like just people in general, as far as learning from others, it's good to learn from others' mistakes and also from others' successes. But what does this look like for Islam? I mean, well, in Christianity, ultimately, we're only to look to others as they look to Christ. In that kind of sense, Islam is all about looking to what Muhammad did. Everything's about Muhammad. It's not even about like Muhammad as Muhammad follows the law. It's just like Muhammad. And even Allah caters to Muhammad's wills. I mean, Aisha even called it out saying, "Oh, Muhammad, your Lord beckons to do your will." But I think it's important, guys, we have good role models. If we're going to have role models, I don't think anyone should have idols, or I know no one should have idols. Obviously, Islam has its own pagan stuff too, but be careful. Be careful who you look up to. Definitely don't look up to Muhammad, or you'll be looking up to a dude who got kissed by a man up and down his side, a guy who sucked on the tongues of little boys, who kissed reproductive organs of little boys, who married a 6-year-old little girl. Yep. So the next line is Ben Shapiro's like best known for line, I guess, which, not the entire line, but obviously it's a reference to it. So it's, let's just keep it real. Facts don't care how you feel, man. So the facts don't care about how you feel. Facts don't care how you feel. Line is really well known by those who follow Ben Shapiro, because his point there is saying, like, guys, it doesn't matter if you don't like what I'm saying. It matters if it's true. And I think that's really important for these studies of Islam, is a lot of people are, it's disgusting going through this stuff. It's heartbreaking going through this stuff. You could feel enraged that people would be calling attention to this stuff, but it's important to care about truth and reality. We can't just be quiet about the fact that Muhammad was a false prophet, because people will feel sad about us saying that. Truth matters. David, since you're the perfect man of feelings, how do you feel about this line?
What would Ben do?
No, we moved on to facts don't care how you feel.
I don't know. Yeah.
Some interesting feelings there.
No, kind of. It's kind of a mixed situation, because you could always be a jerk, and then I say, like, you could deliberately be a jerk, and then I say, hey, you're being a jerk. And you go, facts don't care about your feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, like notice you could say to someone, "Hey, you're ugly and stupid." You know, oh, I don't care. I was like, "Oh, you are ugly and stupid." So what the heck? Facts don't care about your feelings. And so, yeah, you don't want to use that as a license to be a jerk all the time. But with that said, yeah, there is this idea where, reality doesn't matter. What matters is my feelings. And if my feelings are against reality, then so much for reality, I don't care. And then you respond, look,
Yeah.
sorry, the facts don't care about your feelings. I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway.
Yeah, if it's in direct contradiction, that's a big issue. Yeah, Sir White Meat knows why I was asking you, David. He says facts don't care about your feelings, and neither does David because he can't. LOL, just kidding. All right. The thing that I had written there though on those notes is, yeah, we care about facts and you. Obviously, like we wouldn't be doing all of this stuff if we didn't care about getting the truth out. Like, yep. The next line is, if you want my pronouns, I'm the man. And I think it's interesting. Muhammad gets his own. It's not like the traditional pronouns we think of now, but whenever he's referred to in the Quran, he's referred to as like the prophet or like the prophet of Allah. Even like a lot of times in the Hadith and stuff, there's just like he gets this special thing. But I don't really see that in Islam to the same extent for the other prophets that they supposedly like accept to the same extent or whatever. Like, yeah, I know they say like prophet, but do you think that there's a different level there, David? Where okay. I brought this up earlier about Muhammad getting I'm not really sure why I had it in this section, but Muhammad being told that the woman had not seen his Satan with him for 2 or 3 nights. I'm gonna pull that up again real quick because I didn't want to breeze over that super much. This is Sahih Bukhari 4950. And guys, I don't get how if there's Muslims here in the audience or that have seen this or that will see this, I don't get how you guys are okay with this. Oops, should this tab inside. Okay. Once Allah's messenger became sick and could not offer his night prayer, Tahuj, for 2 or 3 nights, then the lady, the wife of Abu Laham, came and said, "O Muhammad, I think that your Satan has forsaken you, for I have not seen him with you for 2 or 3 nights. On that Allah revealed, by the forenoon and by the night when it darkens, your Lord, O Muhammad, has neither forsaken you nor hated you." And this was revealed in Quran 93, 1-4. So Muhammad doesn't have the response of like, oh, don't you dare say that like Satan is with me, or don't you dare call Allah Satan or anything like that. But instead he gets this revelation from Allah that he's not been forsaken, when this was in the context of not seeing Satan with him when he doesn't do his prayers. Have you ever dealt with this passage, David?
Mm-mm.
Or were you familiar with it before?
Yes.
Okay.
I've never used it, I don't think.
Do you think that it is like important to bring up? And do you think that I mean, it seems pretty concerning to me. So guys, that's Sahih al-Bukhari 4950. Okay, so the next several lines, I think this is the big one, is I'm the man who don't respect you. Muslims seem to like to act like we need to respect the Quran, we need to respect Islam, we need to respect Muhammad, but we're not actually required to respect evil, and we shouldn't respect evil They seem to act like, well, you know, Jesus taught peace and tolerance, and so you should respect everybody and everybody's false religions. But that's, God doesn't respect false religions. He doesn't want us to. I don't understand why this keeps being an idea that's circulated. I mean, Muhammad didn't respect others. Muhammad didn't respect others' lives, others' wives, others' money, others' property. He didn't respect others' idols. He didn't respect others' thoughts. He didn't respect others' rejection of him. All these things he had no respect for. But I keep being told, I don't know if you're told this a lot too, David, is that Islam is so respectful of everyone, and Islam always respects all other religions. Why are these other religions coming against Islam when Islam only respects others?
That's only when it's convenient.
Yeah.
And you can see that the people who say this don't even believe what they're saying. So when I took a bite out of the Quran one day, when after hijab said he was going after, he's going to go after everyone's wives instead of them. He's going to start threatening everyone's wives with threats of rape and torture. And I take a bite out of the Quran. You can look at his post then. We would never insult people's sacred symbols and so on. And then when he does, and people call him out, he brings up the passage about Abu Bakr saying, "Go suck on the clitoris of Allah." It's like, wait, so you know about that? You know Muhammad and his companions talked like this. So you know they had no respect for people's sacred symbols. Does Muhammad hijab know that when the Muslims conquered Mecca, Muhammad went around stabbing the eyes out of the idols and so on and smashing them? Of course he knows that. So where's he getting this idea? Oh no, we would never insult anyone's sacred symbols. Well, it's just he knows he's lying. He knows he's lying because he knows there are people out there who will believe him and say, "Oh, that's right. Those mean Christians, shame on them. But you Muslims, you're good because you don't do that." So yeah, they like taking advantage of people's ignorance.
Yes. Do not be ignorant. Look into the sources, guys. Be ready to give a defense for the faith that you have. And if you're in Islam, please leave. The next lines are, let's look at the stats. I've got the facts. It's really nice when Ben Shapiro does that, as much as he's hated on by like Muhammad hijab and stuff like that. But yeah, why is it that most of the terrorist organizations are coming out of Islam? Are part of Islam? The stats seem to be in line with the Quranic sources when you look at the Islamic sources. Next line, and this is Ben Shapiro's part, by the way, guys, is the starting with the let's look at the stats. So the next line is, my money's like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. I think that's relevant to Muhammad because Muhammad stole other people's money and stuff and overindulged. He wasn't exactly known for being a skinny dude. Homie, I'm epic, don't be a WAP. Yeah, Muhammad was very sexual. We've established that. There are obviously other sources for that too. But the next line is, dog, it's a your Merkel, homie, no cap. I think this is really funny because Ben Shapiro was rapping about being a Jew, but Muhammad wants no caps. As mentioned earlier, he wants all the Jews dead. And also he lies. So the phrase no cap means no lie. So he does lie and he wants no caps. Let's look at the graphs. Look at my charts. Again, please do. They expose Islam. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. Well, it seems to be Muhammad's kind of lifestyle. Caravans and sex slaves. You're going to prison. I'm on television. It's the next line. Muhammad really was a war criminal. I know Ali Dawa likes to shout at random Jewish men that they're war criminals for supporting someone who was in the IDF, who was completing his job and totally not a war criminal, but Muhammad actually was. Dog, no one knows who you are. I was just thinking back to how isn't Islam supposed to be a snake that like shrivels up or like crawls back into its hole and like not supposed to be the prominent religion, because Allah said that he would make the followers of Christ prominent. Also, next line is keep hating on me on the internet. Yeah, it's definitely been showing Islam's true colors when Muhammad Hijab, for example, goes off on random rants on people. Things like what you were just saying, going after other people's wives, all kinds of nasty stuff. My comment section, all woke Karens. Yep. And I make racks off compound interest. Jizya and theft are Islam's preferred methods. But yeah, Ben Shapiro's got different ways than that, thankfully. Y'all live with your parents. Is the next line. Muhammad probably would be jealous considering he was his mother was pregnant with him for 4 years because his father died 4 years before his birth, which is sketch. But for some reason we had a Muslim the other day say to my husband that fatherlessness is one of the reasons why America is so stupid. And then when he realized that Muhammad was fatherless, now don't get me wrong, like fathers are very important, but he was essentially saying that no good could come from someone who's fatherless. Muhammad. So the next line is Nikki takes some notes. I just did this for fun. Again, I think that even though this is not like the best rap ever, I think it's significantly better than the Quran. And 2 people in one song are better than the Quran, so double that. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard number 1. I'm glad they said the number 1 there and not the number 3, or Muhammad would have been all over them. Say not 3. Because God is one, which is actually what Christians believe, that God is one. And Islam just has no idea what Christians actually believe. Their all-knowing God doesn't know very much. And then most of it's repeat after that, as far as lines we've already covered. But the bridge we have not yet, which is you mad, you mad, you mad. Which Muhammad was enraged a lot when people did anything against him, especially when he was called an ear. Because the context was like he would obviously, if you look at the Quran, you see a bunch of things that are plagiarized. And if you look at the Hadith, even more is plagiarized and adapted into Islam from pagan cults and stuff from before. But Muhammad was called an ear, and for like hearing these things and then putting them into Islam, and he was real ticked. Yeah. Next line is, I guess it's cool to be the victim. Well, I'm gonna be the man. We talked earlier about how victims take over. I mean, you're a victim until you take over. So cry, complain, everybody persecutes me unjustly. But the second you're able to take over and make them the true victims, that's what Islam teaches to do. You sad, you sad, you sad. We see this. We see these fake tears, especially like recently in the Palestine situation of Hamas and other leaders like being like, oh, it's unprovoked attack against us. How dare you? But we have these videos where they've also been calling for the complete annihilation of Jews for a long, long time before all of this. So yeah. You just try to get attention. Being triggered is all you have is the next line. Again, that's until they're in power. I had a stupid thing here for the repeat. You mad, you mad, you mad. People have pointed out in the past that he was ham mad for a reason. But legitimately, dude had anger issues. He could not take being criticized at all. David, do you think that that criticism is important for growth?
Yeah, and society. Personal growth and growth of a society. And if you don't allow it, well, look at the Muslim world.
Yeah. I mean, biblically, we see that too, is we should be open to correction and helpful guidance from others, certainly from God. but Muhammad didn't get what he wants, and he threw little temper tantrums and had people executed. The next line is, you blame everybody else for every problem that you have, or every problem that you can. I think it's crazy. You mentioned this, you alluded to this earlier, actually, David, but all the da'is that refuse to live in Sharia, whose problem is that? Is that their problem? Or is that somebody else's problem? All these da'is advocating for Sharia here, but they refuse to live in Sharia now.
Yeah, they're full of nonsense. Afghanistan would be the closest they can get to full Sharia, and they're not going there. Even though they'll praise it, they won't go near it. And yet, that's what they're aiming at toward, over here. And so it's basically, if you turn the entire world into Afghanistan, then there's nowhere to go. And that's somehow a goal.
Yeah. But it's like you said, because family lives here, or because, oh, well, I have to be here for this or that reason, or, oh, I can't get a passport, or, oh, this, or, oh, that. But it's everybody else's problem. Next line is, you sad, you sad, you sad. Islam is heartbreaking. It should be sad. We should care, guys. The next line is, I will never say I'm sorry. I ain't taking nothing back. And I would say, please don't let Islam silence you. Please don't let anyone silence you other than the discernment of God himself. Please speak up when you see these evils. And if you do give them your submission, it's not going to stop there. They're never going to be happy. David, can you think of any examples where that's happened, where like people have given in, and the effects versus when people have not given in?
Of what?
Like, so I will never say I'm sorry. I ain't taking nothing back is the line, right? So a lot of people have done things against Islam, and then the mob has come after them, even if it's just like a joke or whatever, and they've given in, and it's only gotten so much worse for them. But a lot of people, when they've stood up against Islam, and even more people have stood up against Islam, all the more emboldened by people coming after them, it's actually gotten the problems to stop escalating. I was just asking if you had specific examples for that, because I know you've talked about these things before.
No, it's pretty standard. If it's one person or a couple people doing something, they can shut it down, threaten, or intimidate the person. If thousands of people all do it at the same time, then they don't do anything about it.
Yeah, so let that be a reminder to everyone who is considering speaking up. Please share the truth. Truth is important. Yes. Now that's the end of the lyrics. I know we've still got some super chats. I also had on here, I know it's late though, so we'll probably skip on this, but David, did you see the new video by the Babylon Bee on the verses that got left out of this song?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'll link that for everybody in the comments if anybody's interested in checking this out. Oops, wrong link. But the Babylon Bee just released a few hours before this live stream the Facts extended version, Ben Shapiro's missing rap verses. And also for anyone who's interested, David also did some stuff with the Babylon Bee a while back, so you should check that out. I don't know that I've ever seen you so brutal before, David. Before that,
well, these guys run their mouths all the time, so they need to hear it too.
I did think it was funny. So Nicki Minaj on Twitter had some interesting things to say about this video. And so something else Babylon Bee did was they had an article about how she, became a Jew over this song or something like that. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, Nicki Minaj strikes back by becoming Jewish. Oh, there we go. So Nicki Minaj strikes back by becoming Jewish, going on speaking tour where she lives on college campuses. I just thought this was funny. Because she had said something to the effect of like, good job to Ben Shapiro, and how dare she say something like that, even though like the end of her tweet was kind of like not a good job. It sounded like she was making an accusation of them. There have been a lot of articles about Nicki Minaj and how she supported Ben Shapiro, and how dare she. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, and yeah, I think I shared the link to the Babylon Bee one already, but I'll share this one again. David, did you want to watch that, or do you want to just wrap up with the super chats?
Whatever you want to do.
You seem tired. We're in pain.
I'm in a lot of pain.
I am very sorry. You can jump off if you would like to.
See if any of the super chats are directed at me, and if so, I'll stay for those and then jump off.
Okay. Evidence-based asks David Woods, do you have any videos on Surah 18?
I mean, lots of videos that have something to do with Surah 18. So anything involving dual carnane. So Alexander the Great, when he travels so far west, he finds a place where the sun sets. So anything about that, lots more that needs to be said, because I haven't even made a tremendous deal out of Gog and Magog and Yasser, because it's actually a problem that, according to the Muslim sources, dual carnane, Alexander the Great, so he not only finds a place where the sun sets, finds it setting in a muddy pool, he also finds a place where the sun rises. But then he builds this giant wall between two mountains because people ask him to keep out these hordes of Gog and Magog. And so he builds this giant wall. But in Islam, those hordes of what are going to be billions of people are stuck behind those walls. And one of the things that's going to happen in the future is they're going to finally break out, and they're going to do some horrible stuff in the world. But notice that means there's still some wall built by Alexander the Great that is keeping out hordes of billions of people stuck behind this wall. And Muslims try to figure this out. And like Sheikh Yasser Qadi apparently thinks these are referring to zombies. And I don't know. It's just kind of a big problem. It's just kind of a big problem. They think there's this wall somewhere in the world that Alexander actually got to. He reached the place, built the wall. No one has any clue what this is talking about. And yet it's supposed to still be there. There's supposed to be this big giant wall somewhere. So anyway, there's that. There's dual carnane. There's the sleepers in the cave, which we know where that's come from. So anytime you hear me talking about some of the stories that Muhammad copied that weren't authentic, that's one of them. You got some other issues there as well. But yeah, so Surah 18 is probably one of the more important surahs to be aware of if you're talking to Muslims about whether the Quran is from God. You're muted.
Thank you. I know that's been a huge problem between Muslims fighting with each other. I know Ali Dawah has been like ticked about certain people talking about this, certain other da'is talking about this online. I know Ali Dawah has also joked about how people leave Islam over it and how it's stupid that they leave Islam over it. Like claiming that they were never actually part of Islam and that this is the best reason that they can come up with to leave. But it actually is like a very impactful thing to a lot of people. I see at least one other for you. Let me see. Chloe L says, wait, how can you be a Sir David Wood when there's a blanket ban on swords in the UK and the king can't knight you? Ridiculous law.
I didn't say I was Sir because I was knighted by some UK king. That would be irrelevant to me. The UK? Have you seen the people who are Sir over there? Like the weakest losers in the world. It's no longer a knight thing over there.
Chloe also said, Hero of Stoke is a Cobra Kai dojo master. Is he David Wood? The lore gets so much deeper. My straps are imploding.
Cobra Kai, no, but it's definitely pretty cool. Yeah, we gotta find that dude.
Chloe L says, David Wood is a psychopath. May I ask if you still get bad thoughts and how do you rectify them? Do you say they are Satan's words creeping into your mind? Do you have thoughts of peeling off people's skin? Wow, lovely question, Chloe L.
No, not peeling off people's skin anymore. But yeah, bad thoughts, but what the heck? Having thoughts doesn't mean you act on them or take them seriously. Like someone's being a jerk. Suppose you have a thought, I should bash this dude's face in. Well, it doesn't. Your will is still under your control as far as what you're going to actually do. So, and if you have delusional thoughts, that's sort of a different category. But you just have to learn not to trust every thought that pops into your head. There was that movie, A Beautiful Mind, where this is made for the, I guess, I don't know if it was in the book version, but the movie version, this was not the real life. He didn't have visual hallucinations in real life. In the movie, he actually sees people. In real life, he would hear voices. But so in the movie, he sees visual hallucinations. So when someone new would come up to him, he would ask he would just ask another person, do you see this person too? And so that would, if another person saw the guy, okay, I'm talking to a real guy, not a hallucination. But in reality, he would have to do that with voices. You hear a voice, and you hear voices. Well, are you hearing you're hearing the voice of a real person, or are you hearing a hallucination? So I've never had hallucinations like that. I've had delusional thoughts. But if I were to have a delusional thought right now, I would not. If you recognize that you have had delusional thoughts in the past, then you just wouldn't trust something that seems off, right? So yeah, you learn not to. You don't take all your bad. If you have bad thoughts, then you don't act on them, and you don't take everything seriously, especially if you recognize that you're messed up in some way. Then you have good reasons not to take everything that pops in your head seriously.
The follow-up that she asked to that is, how does she do it personally? Like, how do I deal with the evil thoughts sometimes creep in, either evil, hateful, or perverted? And those split seconds of thoughts where I agree with them before I deny them, will it be erased in heaven? So I know you kind of already addressed this from like your perspective. But this is I guess a little bit of a different question.
Yeah, I would stick with what I just said.
Okay. I think that's everything for you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
David Wood is a brilliant mind. Go check out his channel if you haven't already checked out all of them, which you all probably have because he's great. But Apologetics Roadshow, he streams every Sunday. He's often on Apostate Prophets channel. He's also got Philosophy Underground, which are you ever planning to return to? And
yes.
Polemics.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a hand with that though. But hey, you got God Logic there. Tell him to jump on.
Oh,
you got.
I am not keeping up with the chat.
All right,
God Logic, you here?
I will catch you all later.
God bless. Hey, God Logic, if you want to jump on, go for it. I can send you the link if you want. Let me know if you are interested. So I do have some more super chats. Chloe L said we're in a simulation. David Wood. Okay, let me pull up some super chats real quick. Let me send this link over to God Logic in case he wants to join. Though, real quick. Sorry, guys. And I would be very interested to hear what you guys thought of this song. Because I know some people were leaving comments about it earlier, but I have not been able to keep up on everything. Which thank you guys so much for sending so many chats. I'm so excited to see you guys all talking. God Logic asked how long we've been live. It's been like almost 4.5 hours. My back also hurts, but it's cool. I am very happy that I'm able to be here and hang out with you guys. The next soccer night said, if I didn't read this, David is running from you. Yeah. Oh, God Logic said he's away at the moment. Okay, so I'm just going to go through these super chats. If you guys want, then we can also go through the facts extended version, Ben Shapiro's missing rap versus, because I think it's pretty funny. It's a little bit off topic, but not really. Babylon B is pretty cool. I also have the 2 Babylon B videos with David Wood pulled up as well. Rachel Zekovich says, we go hard. God Logic says, I need you for a stream coming up, Women in Islam. I'm down. For sure, let me know. Also, congratulations, God Logic. You totally just hit, 100,000 subscribers? That's a huge milestone, dude. If you guys don't know God Logic Apologetics, definitely go check out his channel. Doing awesome work. Talking to Muslims and other people, helping direct them into understanding the scriptures better and breaking it down carefully and in a way that is conversational and not degrading. He also does a lot of other works. And God Logic, I think you'll find this funny. I just made a TikTok. I know I hated on you for so long for like talking my husband into making a TikTok. But I figured there's people there to be reached. I should try. So far, not going so well. I've got 2 subs, but if you guys have TikTok, find me, Elohim. It's tiktok.com/ at Elohim. I would love to help get the message of Christ out more. Well, God Logic says, yeah, I know. Next soccer night says, Elohim, did you know that this famous rapper also has a daily political talk show? Yeah, I think it's hilarious that Ben Shapiro changed his X bio or whatever to saying that he's the #1 rapper in the world. God Logic Apologetics says, look at how the tables freaking turn. Okay, to be fair, like my information is already sold to the Chinese government via my husband's TikTok account that you forced upon him. So at this point, I mean, his information is my information. They probably already got it all. So incognito and all that. All right, let's go through some super chats, guys. Thank you guys all so much for the support. It really does help a ton. Make sure if you would like to support, even not financially, guys, sharing videos, giving likes, giving comments, all of this helps so much, but especially sharing videos. We want to get these things out to as many people as possible. So if you have any of my videos that you found helpful, to God be the glory. I'm so happy that I can participate in helping it all. And I would love to have the message reach out to others, and same for other people's videos, guys. If there's any videos on YouTube that you find helpful in apologetics, polemics, evangelism, get those videos out to as many people as you can. Help promote the message of truth of Christ, so that we may share his love and light with the world in this darkness. Trying to figure out, sadly, I've had to bounce around through super chats, so hopefully I don't miss any. Let me know if I do. I'll try to keep up with the chat to some extent. Let's see. I think I haven't read this one yet. So like IBC presenter Tom Swarbrick, who deny a woman complaining about the issues with migration, the changing character of Britain into an Islamic state. He basically calls her racist. He's problem. And sadly, I think Britain will become Islamic quite soon. The population don't have the gall to rise up, don't have Second Amendment. I say this based on pacifism, and knowing Brits' brainwashed attitudes. Yeah, it's definitely going down that path, guys. Be very wary. Speak up while you still can. It's so sad that so many people wait until they're under severe persecution before they're willing to say a word. Speak up while you can. We have so many privileges, especially those of us in America. We have so many privileges to be able to speak up and share the truth. Use the opportunities you have. God has gifted you with unique abilities. Please try to pray and listen to his guidance in that. Let's see. Joshua Wooden says, reboot what? A Christian discourse? Love it. Yeah, Christian Discord server. We could, I don't know, if we had other people rise up that were willing to help out with the server and help manage it, it is something that is definitely a possibility to reboot. We just wouldn't be able to do it all on our own because there's only so much moderation we can keep up with on our own. And also the point is to be involved, to be a community, to be a body, to be the body of Christ together, sharing the truth through apologetics, polemics, and evangelism, and also edification. So it's important that if that's something you guys want, let me know so that we can try to get something going. Let's see. Sheep said he should have fake tattoo of Deuteronomy on his face. That would be pretty funny. Why are you people disrespecting Almighty Alan? Says the Adventures of Sheikh Itoff. Yeah, Alan isn't also almighty. Pretty weak. Chloe L says, but L, do you actually think Ben is talking about Mo or just addressing leftists, or is it for the broader Islamo-leftists? So, my response to this would be certainly some of the song is directly addressing Islam in the sense of at least the line, if every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. I mean, obviously that's addressing Islam, even if that's not really the purpose of the line, even if the purpose of the line is to address the left. But I think even accidentally that this whole song does address Islam. I mean, we went through it line by line, but yeah, the whole thing, I think it's very important to stand up against so many evil ideologies, so many different cults, even if those aren't what it was targeted to. I do think it's, in general, the song is just addressing woke communities. But I think a lot of cult behavior transfers between different cults. And pointing out that you're being called offensive and controversial, and that's the worst accusation that can be brought against you for speaking truth. I mean, that's important for any kind of cult, anything that kind of tries to rival itself against the truth. Any kind of false claims, obviously those are important to rival, and he brings up several that people try to claim against, and just false accusations and false equivocations and just things that don't really work, important to be called out. And I think I might have accidentally missed this line. If I did, I'm sorry. But the I don't want to talk to folks who don't get it line. Super important that we do speak to folks who don't get it and help them to get it. That's why we're here. Yeah, so just this whole song, while I don't think that the song as a whole is actually addressed to Islam, I think that it does actually expose Islam. And I think we've been able to use it on this stream together to expose Islam all the more. Hopefully that's the crowd consensus. Let me know if you guys also agree with that. Hopefully it's helpful to you. Comely, I think that we're wrapping up, but we might watch some of this Ben Shapiro stuff. I can leave the link, but if anybody wants to join for the last couple minutes, I guess. But we will need to wrap up before 2 a.m. here. Sir Dr. Whitemeat volunteered to moderate. That's cool. Thank you very much. He says we should rename the server to Christian Nerd Squad. It's I think it's got a pretty cool name. I think it's the Apologetics Empire, so I think it's pretty cool how it is. Because that's what David was actually talking about doing originally, and so that's why I did it like that. So, Saved by Grace says, "Good Shepherd, protect your sheep." Yes, Christ protects his sheep, and the Allah of Islam throws them to the wolves. Matter of fact, he really the wolf. Oh, I totally missed this. Okay, so it's shake it off. Like, shake it off. I'm so sorry that I missed the joke, and now I'm explaining the joke for everyone else. Too many Marys went to bed. Hopefully we will be too. Soon, Lord willing. Jesus Martinez says, "You're a monster, L, 4 hours." Hopefully it's been helpful though. All good Muslims are jihadis. Not all jihadis are terrorists. Winky face says, "Too many Marys." Yes, I am offensive and controversial, but I do want to share the truth, and that is, oh, okay, the comely Bengali, okay. I did not share the link yet anyway, so that works. Yeah, I will see what we can do as far as rebooting that, see what the crowd consensus is. If there's enough people that can help out. It sounds like there are several people. I think I missed something with some of these comments. But okay, I'll have to check that out then about shake it off. Do you guys want to see this this video? Let me pull it up real quick. That is Facts Extended Version, Ben Shapiro's Missing Rap Verses by the Babylon Bee. Let me know in the comments if you want to see it. Otherwise, I will go ahead and wrap up. But this is here. I can at least share it in the comments either way for you guys to check it out. It's one yes. I never really understand why that's a thing. But okay. Just so you guys know, this is Dismantling Islam with David Wood, a B interview. This is like half an hour of Babylon B talking to David Wood. Pretty cool. I'm gonna leave this in the chat. And then this one is on David's channel on Apologetics Roadshow, and this one is also very cool. But brutal, absolutely brutal. So David Wood destroys the Babylon Bee. Like I said, I don't know if I've ever heard David Wood that brutal before. His caption is, "The Babylon Bee can't stop making fun of people. It's time for someone to teach them some humility." I am so surprised they put up with this. So surprised. Christian Prince started what? The one thing? Okay. That makes sense. All right, well, since you all are still here hanging out, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you've enjoyed this Ben Shapiro Rap, Facts, Lyrics, calling out Islam more than you think. And showing how the #1 song in the world exposes Islam. Here is Babylon Bee's response to this video, though, and their extended version. We'll see if there's anything in their extended version that applies to Islam. Let me know if you guys catch anything.
Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people, download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
Y'all wanna talk about race, fine. We'll lay it out on the baseline. Cause it seemed like before 44 we could all get along. So how did we decline? Let's take a trip back to the past and ask who built those tracks. Only thing that held the other folk back was affirmative action. So forget all the lies you bought. Forget all the dribble your colleges.
Ah, okay, that's an issue. That's interesting. So when I hit full screen is when that does that glitchy stuff. I'm not sure why that's a thing. This line though, forget all the lies you bought. That's a huge deal with Islam. This is something that David Wood has pointed out with Nabil Qureshi, and that Nabil Qureshi himself has pointed out. As far as like problems that he had with leaving Islam, he was like, well, even if I was 99% sure that Christianity was true, I still wouldn't join because I know that Islam is 100% true. So he had to unlearn the lies. And so that's one of the things that we have to be mindful of. Obviously go with the guidance of the Holy Spirit, of the guidance of God. But there is a time and a place to debunk Islam, for sure. A lot of people say, well, don't address the evil ideologies of cults, but you should instead just address Christianity, just preach the gospel alone. The gospel is the good news, and you often need to know what you're being saved from and what Christ saves from, and have those things addressed. So forget all the lies you bought in this extended version. Yeah, it's important to show the lies of Islam, which, according to the Quran, Allah is the best of the deceivers. Sorry, I was hoping this would buffer while I was talking. Is that auto 240? I might try again. But I do have a video about how Allah is the best of the deceivers in Islam. We've also talked about how Allah is Satan according to the Quran, and according to the Bible, which we're commanded to judge by according to the Quran. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this, and I'll try to pull up that link for you guys. Hopefully this plays again now.
You bought. Forget all the dribble your colleges taught. It's not cause of color, not cause of the other. The only oppression you have is your thoughts. For the scores and years, we couldn't intermarry. Now the only freedom we don't have is eating dairy. If I'm wrong, I'll recant it. Blame it all on the fact that my vision was slanted.
Yo, let me drop some facts too. Rachel Levine is a woman through and through. Blacks are killed by police at outsized rates. And that's a fact, because people tell me it's true. Foo, y'all are bigots. And I know what that means. I just looked it up in the dictionary. A book that conforms to our every need. When a 1 is not 2 and a 2 is not 3. You think you're the kid of facts, Ben? Withstand all my verbal attacks then. Because words are violent, so is silence, especially of straight men. A baby's not a baby. Karl Marx was cool. Trump is literally Hitler gassing the Jews. I stand with Hamas. What is it they do?
I don't care if I offend you. I was put here to upset you.
I still can't wrap my head around this gender theory concept. I'm going to show you a highly classified document.
So then they plug their book about gender theory at the end. But yeah, I actually forgot, because I just watched this right before this live stream. There's actually a lot of connection to Islam there. I mean, literally the end, especially, obviously it's going to be the most. But even the things that I joked about, as far as like Asian jokes, still way less racist, even if you want to take them seriously, and not as jokes. Still way less racist than Muhammad was. Sorry, just checking a source real quick. I do think it's funny. They did a good job with the first half, but then this half.
Yo, let me drop some facts too.
Yeah, Muhammad was a cross-dresser, so Rachel Levine is a woman through and through. I was actually going to bring that up earlier, because Muhammad cross-dressed, and that's relevant to there's only 2 genders, boys and girls line, but also relevant to this song, as far as like men being women and women being men. He people were getting on him about wearing Aisha's clothes, and he said, like, don't press me about this, because the revelation only comes to me when I'm in Aisha's garments and Aisha's dresses. And I do think it's funny that David Wood did this whole like spoof thing of that, did a video dressed in his wife's lingerie, and how every time people tried to like expose David Wood for doing it, it actually exposed the prophet more, which was the point. It was brilliant.
Rachel Levine is a woman through and through. Blacks are killing by police at outsized rates, and that's a fact because people tell me.
Yeah. So if as far as the killing of people of African descent or people of darker color or Black people, we've discussed and referenced to sources to find more information about how Muhammad was very oppressive and very evil towards people of darker skin tone, and how he was a white dude who was a slave trader and owned, sold, and traded Black African slaves. But if you look at the overall Islam, guys, if you look at what Islam does still, but especially like with the slave trade, there's such a disparity. I wonder if I could find the video easily. Probably not. I know my husband does a video about it though. If you guys want to check out your brother in Christ's channel, he's actually got a live stream coming up about slavery in Islam. But let me see if I can pull this up real quick. There's such a disparity in the treatment of Black slaves in Islam versus what happened in America. People, rightly so, condemn slavery, the slavery of America, but it was significantly better treatment than in Islam, significantly better living rates than in Islam. And in Islam, we see that the Black men were put into brutal, under brutal treatments, and the Black women were forcibly raped again and again, and then their babies were born and then murdered once they were born, so that these evil people following Islam could continue to have their way with them. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, and people still want to try to say that Islam is the religion for Black people. It's ridiculous.
It's true, foo. Y'all are bigots, and I know what that means. I just looked it up in the dictionary.
That line is really funny as far as the bigots thing, because yeah, every once in a while when people say bigots again, I'm like, surely I need to look this up again. Surely I need to look this up again, because that makes no sense in the context. Like, the meaning of bigot, like the way that they're using that is not the way the dictionary, like, it doesn't make sense. I don't know, are there words like that for you guys where you're like, when people say them and you're like, they're so horribly misused? Maybe I just have the wrong definition. Maybe I just don't understand what it means. I'm trying to see now still about that link. Let me see. I'm having a hard time pulling it up. He's actually got a lot. Let me show you guys this real quick, and then I'll switch back to the other video. My husband has a lot of shorts on a slave trade and stuff in Islam. He's also got this video, was Muhammad the Black Prophet? Did Muhammad own Black slaves? I'm not sure if he goes through the video I was referring to in that one or not. Oh, hey, there's us. Hey, y'all. Actually, that's kind of funny. Interesting. Quite a delay. All right, y'all. Let's go back to this. See if there's any other connections you guys can catch.
Conforms to our every need. When a 1 is not 2 and a 2 is not 3. You think you're the keeper of facts, Ben? Withstand all my verbal attacks then. Because words are violent, so is silence, especially to straight men.
It is interesting how they get a free pass to insult the people, not the ideas. But if you insult the ideas, that's evil, 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 evil. But as long as you're in a group that doesn't matter, you're fine to be harassed and murdered.
A baby's not a baby.
Yeah, so that's really sad. Obviously, that's referring to abortion because, you know, just the clump of cells. Heartbreaking, extremely heartbreaking. But also, like I said, with the Black African slave trade in Islam, they were forced to have babies, get pregnant via rape, and then have these babies, and then the babies would be murdered after birth. Absolutely disgusting. Islam is not okay.
Karl Marx was cool. Trump is literally Hitler gassing the Jews. I stand with Hamas. What is they do?
Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Let me replay this again.
Karl Marx was cool. Trump is literally Hitler, gassing the Jews. I stand with
Yeah, how many people have you heard that are literally Hitler because people just don't like what they say? But then I stand with Hamas.
Hamas.
Is what
What
they
is it
say
they
next.
do?
And that what is it that they do? It's so telling too. Yeah, people just wanting to support because it's cool. Yeah, so Daniel Jesus Martinez points out, I thought that a baby is not a baby because like what Daniel Pikachu says. Yes, that is a brilliant point. Like that's not a baby, that's a full-grown woman. Isn't that so heartbreaking, guys, though? That an 11-month-old, given the right conditions to the right conditions that do exist, by the way, thinks that that's okay to sleep with an 11-month-old. But Islam is the religion of peace, sure. Yeah, because I don't. No. Do you guys truly believe that a just God would allow that? John V said at the beginning, I think they said something about time travel. Too Many Marys talked about time traveling uterus in the Hadith, I believe. Islam is garbage, yes. I think that's it.
Terrified fan, yo. I was put into a setting, yo.
I still can't wrap my head around this gender theory concept. I'm going to show you.
Yep. All right, guys. That is all. Hopefully I got all of the questions answered. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. I hope this has been helpful to you guys. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's an important topic to touch on, but I saw this video, the original one at the Babylon B1, and thought that this was important. And this video is obviously reaching a lot of people. This Ben Shapiro Rap facts, and it's speaking out against a lot of evils that are within Islam. So hopefully a lot of people will get to see all of the things that we've been bringing up and hopefully have their eyes open to the truth and want to leave. Chloe L says, thanks, L, you're a great host. Very great, good stream. Thank you, guys. Great show. Says, holy effing moly, my, wow. Interesting name. Okay. Ben Shapiro destroys Islam in the music charts with facts and logic. Actually, I think it will be really interesting to see. I think it would be really interesting to see if Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab have any kind of response to this song. Literally, I think that word does not mean what you think it means. Yeah, I hear literally tossed around a lot. Literally means not figuratively. A lot of people use it to mean figuratively. Like, Muhammad was not literally a prophet. He was figuratively a prophet because he, like that prophet from selling slaves. I know that's a different type of joke though. Islam destroys Islam. Yes, indeed. Chloe L wants to know, does it spell as bad as Mo? Again with those verses greater than the Islamic verses and ayahs and surahs. All right, guys, it is now actually after 2 a.m. here, so I am going to go ahead and close this out in prayer. Thank you guys again all so much for being here for almost 5 hours. God bless you guys. And like I said, make sure to continue to study the truth Continue to read the Bible. It's very useful for teaching and reproof. And even if you don't believe in the Bible, please read it. Know what it says. That way you can be equipped to deal with it and make proper judgments for yourself. If you're a Muslim, you are commanded by the Quran, Surah 5:43 through 47. Amidst other places that we pointed out tonight, you are commanded to judge by it. You are commanded to believe in it. So hopefully you will come to be able to believe in the truth of Jesus Christ, who is God, who incarnated, lived, died on the cross via crucifixion, and was resurrected for us. For God to love the world, that he gave his only son, that whomsoever believed in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. He's calling you to his life. He's calling you to his light out of this darkness of this world. The world is very dark. So let's keep sharing the truth. All right. Let's close in prayer. Dear God, thank you so much that you are God. Thank you so much that you are light, that you are love, that you are truth. God, all of those things are things that this world is greatly lacking in, greatly trying to cover up. But God, I know that you say in John, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. God, thank you that you are still here. You still care. You're still calling out and calling us to call out. God, please guide us each in the ways that you want us to go. Help us to listen and be discerning of your voice, of your direction and your guidance. God, thank you that we don't have to try to play our own God, that we don't have to try to lead ourselves. God, I pray for anyone who is being led astray by false ideologies, by cults, by Islam, by evils, by their own selfish desires, whatever it may be, God. Each of us have something that we've struggled with or are struggling with. God, please continue to guide us into you and show us the error of our false ways and show us the truth of your ways, that we may follow you and live eternally with you, God. Please give us each a heart for your heart and what matters to you. Help us to recognize the importance of the lives around us and to not want to see them be lost and to love them enough to speak up, because it's not out of hate, but it is out of love. May your glory be seen and your will be done in us and through us. In you, the Father, in you, the Son, in you, the Spirit, in you, God, Yahweh. Amen. Thank you so much, guys. God bless you. And see you again later. Lord willing.